fight the power like BITCHUTE.
What's the status, String?
I'm good, just making the world a better place, that's all.
Between earth and God, I'm a byproduct. I come from a family of hustlers. That byproduct. Between earth and God, I'm a byproduct. I come from a family of hustlers. That byproduct. Money is the root of all evil, but I'm still trying to find a large profit. It's a mirage, they live in a facade. I was smoking thigh and had a talk with God. She told me why she named me John. I author scriptures that shed light on a darker picture. If you my dog, I'm barking with you. Be feeling the star wisdom. My homie Chuck told me it was giants on earth before me. And chemtrails, we inhale, that's another story. Mercury is used to check temperature. The sun is the spirit sinking. The moon is the portal, assuming you important. Set your turn. Mars is wars as the M turn. And change words, I'm in the game, but change service. I'm about to disassemble a bomb, I ain't nervous.
Drake, Dragon, Draco, Draconian, land of the giants, ice wall, Patagonian, lexicon, word wizardry, speaking Babylonian, highways of the vortex, shooting out the fallopian, low vibrating light, king of the material, mark of the beast, nanotech, scanning serial, the mental dead, carried by 6 to your burial, the lights is out. No resurrection, broken power grid, no interconnection. The Grim Reaper, I'm so collecting. 6-shot, hollow tip, rubber grip, Smith & Wesson. Bitch, repent when God is in your presence. Your aura is weak, uproot your essence. I walk through darkness, highly illuminated. Eyes blazing with fire, with blades double serrated. Hunting down clowns I double hated. Hit so hard your jaw is elongated. Shatter egos like they was glass plated. This was long overdue, past dated. One shot deal, it is as is and no recreation. All praises due to my parents for making. Always appreciate and never abated. One.
The A is the M, like the A is the E. Where earlier I said, hey, you know how somebody say, hey. It's AI. And that's the dream, like, don't people say, hey, I'm dreaming. Am I dreaming?
Shout out to Drop, Mind's Eye, and you could hear Soama in there. You could hear a little bit after Mind's Eye says something. You could hear it say, something. Anyway. Naga, what's up? Danny Skylark, peace. What am I doing? I am prepared today. I just have to make sure. Like, I ate some weed gummies yesterday and I got a brain fart today. Alright, good. There's no pictures. So today I'm going to start with the absolute definition of the Hyperborean strategy, whatever that might be. Yeah, that's the tree of life. It's the marijuana plant. When it's naturally grown and there's no crossbreeding or genetic modification. Like, people don't seem to think there's a problem with fruits that have no seeds to reproduce. That's like having a male spitting fucking duds, shooting blanks. I'm going to begin my reading in approximately 40 seconds. I'm going to wait, see if anyone else comes in, and then open the panel up as usual. Like a womb without a womb. Yeah, these non-reproducing fruits are dangerous. Alright, I guess I'll get started. Absolute definition of the Hyperborean strategy. Now, the world of finite entities. What the hell does finite mean? They took the N word off and it just says finite instead of infinite. Now, the world of finite entities, which we have just identified with the material plane, is the world shaped or ordered by the demiurge. Its characteristic is the architect order that follows matter at the impulse of the temporal influence of his consciousness. It is what in Tibet they call great breath, but which we prefer to call time. That's weird, and you said God's breath from a shaman farm. Huh. Such an architect order conditions and determines every being in its being or its becoming, that is to say, in its finitude. This is to be understood as follows. A universal archetype is an idea thought by the demiurge and sustained by him in a sort of cosmic memory on the archetypal plane. But archetypes are the mere static images, models, molds, or paradigms fixed in eternity. But on the contrary, they constitute germs provided with a powerful evolutionary impulse. This impulse comes from the breath of the demiurge, and at its place, these archetypal germs mature and unfold in matter, trying to realize their evolutionary development is called an entelechy. It looks like entelequia. If anyone could say this word, it is called entelequia and is strictly speaking the archetype itself. The entelechy. The entelechy, is that which is folded or potentiated in the archetype in which as germ, the latter actualizes after its unfolding. Therefore, although the entelechy is the final perfection to which evolution aims, it is also placed in principle as potency of the universal archetype, as initial perfection. There is thus formal coincidence between the universal archetype and its entelechy. I gotta look this word up. Entelechy. What the fuck is going on here? Sorry, everyone. I have to find out. Yeah, I'm saying it right. Entelechy. Alright, I had to make sure. I never heard of that word. Archetypes are universal. What constitutes the individuality of any particular entity on the material plane in the actualization of the monads, which come from the first emanation of the demiurge, and which are impelled to evolve following the order imposed in matter by the planned development of the universal archetypes. That is to say that evolution develops according to cosmic plans, which in reality are powerful archetypes called menu. The monads are impelled to evolve according to these plans, being totally determined during the journey of descent and ascension from matter or lower planes. Thus, monads can constitute a simple entity, i.e., one that expresses the evolution of a single archetype, or a composite entity made up of the combined action of multiple archetypes. The human monad in particular, the Pasu monad, follows in its last stage, properly human, the archetypal direction of a Manu archetype. However, as we shall see later, certain archetypes can affect man with singular violence and even become dominant. If they are archetypes of the microcosm, that is, of the physiological structure of the human body, they are called personal collective archetypes. If they are archetypes of the macrocosm of the universe of the one, they are called universal collective archetypes or psychoid archetypes. But in any case, the development that these archetypes carry out on man, trying to concretize, whatever that means. Archetypes carry out on man, trying to concretize his entelechy, is called process. The process is the act by which the archetypes manifest itself to man, emerges, and nourishing itself with its own energy, seeks to attain the entelechy. So hold on, let me rewind. It says, trying to concretize his entelechy. These words, man, are something else. The finitude of entities is thus determined by the entelechy of the universal archetypes, and therefore it must be understood that all finitude is a perfection, since of course all perfection is an entelechy. Wow. The archetypic order implies that the finiteness Yeah. The archetypic order implies that the finiteness of entities, their absolute determination, but beyond the world of finite entities is situated the infinite one of the reverse spirit sphere, what is beyond such a world. What does the infinite mean here with respect to the finite, imperfection, and indeterminacy? Indeed, if for the archetypic order the finite constitutes a perfection, then the infinite is the unfinished or imperfect, or in any case, the indeterminate. This seeing thing in favor of or from the archetypic order, for seeing things from the infinite, it follows inversely that the archetypic order is the illusory and non-existent, that which lacks eternity, hence it's continuous. The infinite, on the other hand, is a reflection of the eternity of the spirit. That is why it spells out more and more. The infinite, on the other hand, is a reflection of the eternity of the spirit. That is why it spills more and more beyond the world of the finite entities, and beyond also the transcendent temporality of entities. Thus we see that the fact that the infinite self is beyond the world of finite entities implies an absolute indeterminacy with respect to the archetypal determination of entities, an absolute imperfection with respect to all entelechy, and a reflection of eternity with respect to the temporal fluidity of the archetypal evolution in which entities consist. Consequently, it follows that that which for the demiurge constitutes an absolute order is the reverse spirit sphere in absolute disorder. But the reverse spirit sphere is essentially opposed to the material plane, and being that such a plane stands between him and his infinite self, will it not also oppose his own self, situated beyond the material plane? Yes, and at this point, we can give an answer to the pending question. The reverse spirit sphere ignores his situation because between him and his infinite self, the absolute disorder of the archetypal order, or material plane, interposes. The reverse spirit is essentially opposed to such order, and such opposition creates a barrier of incommunication with his own infinite self, which lies beyond the material plane. On the other hand, the infinite self from the infinite only sees the supreme illusion of the archetypal order by looking into the spiritual face. Such is the drama of the reverse spirit that is called strategic confusion. Here is a fundamental concept of the Hyperborean wisdom. The state of the reverse spirit sphere is not, in fact, irreversible. It is always possible to recover the normal state of a figure. Any way or method that allows to reverse the reversion of the spirit sphere, that is to say, that allows the latter to regain its normality, is a Hyperborean strategy. Inversely, it is said that if the reverted sphere spirit remains in ignorance of his situation, he suffers from strategic confusion. I thought it was going to say strategic stupidity, but he suffers from strategic stupidity, guys. The objective of Hyperborean strategy is thus the normality of the spirit. This objective involves the pursuit of two goals. 1. To recover the essential hostility, to make the hostile back or tertium hostis manifest against the material plane. As will be explained in another section, the manifestation of the essential hostility of the spirit in the microcosm of a Virya or Vira, I think it's Vira, is called Fervor Berserker. Yeah, Fervor Berserker. 2. To achieve the reorientation of the spiritual face toward the one central point of the Absolute Self. With respect to the second goal, strategic reorientation, it is worth noting the difference between the Absolute Self and the Infinite Self. The Absolute Self, the self of absolute orientation, is equivalent to a single central cardinal point, i.e., to a single direction to the glances of the Gnostic points. The Infinite Self, the self of absolute disorientation, is equivalent to the infinite cardinal points, that is, to infinite directions for the looks of the Gnostic points. Betrayal and spiritual enchantment. We have had occasion up to this point to study in some detail the state after the betrayal in which the sphere spirit was left. We now know that after operating upon the single point of external consciousness, a reversion of the spherical body took place, which externalized the spiritual face and projected the synthetic one, to infinity. The sphere spirit then passed into a state of absolute disorientation, or strategic confusion, in which it is impossible for it to become conscious or to notice its loss of consciousness. But the betrayal of the traitor Cetas, I gotta figure out how to say that. But for the betrayal of the traitor Cetas was consummated to serve a specific purpose, the enchantment of the spirits to the plane material. We return then to that question with which we presented the analogical model of the spirit sphere. How is it chained to matter, to the ephemerality, of life, to the variations of nature, to the cycles of life and death? How is it chained? We repeat, an eternal spirit to that illusion. Now that we know analogically that it is a spirit, let us explain how it could be chained to matter. First of all, there is a question that must be elucidated beforehand, and which can be posed as follows. Why did the traitor Cetas wish to enchain the sphere spirits, members of their own race, to the universe of one? Let us remember that in the introduction we already advanced what the demiurge wanted the chaining of the spirits, for the passu to fulfill the double objective of its purpose, to achieve the microcosm autonomy, that is, to reach the human entelechy and to be a bidder of meaning, producer of culture. But the traitor Cetas, why does that have a question mark? Bidder of meaning, producer of culture. But the traitor Cetas, what did they intend with it? Too many questions. Needless to say, that such a question is extremely thorny, and that the most we can venture is the repetition of some traditional concepts of the Hyperborean wisdom. In principle, it is affirmed that the traitor Cetas had no particular interest in losing the spirit, but that these were the means they used to forge a place for themselves in the material universe. Why did they need to settle in such a nefarious place? This is the question to which it is already very difficult to answer precisely, because it asks about the spirit before the origin. As we have repeated many times, nothing can be affirmed except by way of supposition, about the original world of the spirit, which we qualify as unknowable. For the same reason, the Hyperboreans never speak of God in the full sense and prefer to refer to spiritual chiefs, great guides, or avatars. According to the Hyperborean wisdom, only normal spirits, that is, strategically oriented, have a true concept of God. For any other spiritual state outside of normality, God is unknowable. He is beyond the origin, an origin that was lost by spiritual disorientation, and that is why he is simply called the unknowable, renouncing then beforehand to inquire about the origin. The Hyperborean wisdom is clearer about what happened in the beginning. The Hyperborean race of the sphere spirits entered the universe of the One, i.e., there's a dispute between the chiefs arose. Some proposed to remain, even if it would be necessary to make an alliance with the demons. Others, on the other hand, urged to restart the retreat and leave that hell, even if it would be necessary to fight. No agreement was reached, and finally the chiefs decided to divide into two groups. Lucifer and many chiefs who wished to fight and leave took the left-hand path. Rigdon, Jaipo, and the rest of the traitor Sidas took the right-hand path. The traitor Sidas allied themselves with Jehovah and Satan, Sanat Kumara, and his demons, and founded the occult hierarchy of the earth. Then they built Chang Shambhala, and definitely upset the evolutionary plan that drove the breath of the solar logos. This last infamy is represented in the occult symbol of Chang Shambhala, the Kala chakra key. The Kala chakra key, for the purpose of transmuting into, in a certain way, the archetypal order. The traitor Sidas needed to chain the Hyperborean spirits to the evolution of an animal man called Pasu. That is the real reason for the betrayal, utilization. Finally, a great part of the race was chained to the pain and suffering of karma. Only a multitude of female spirits who could not be deceived remained free. They were the ones who called Lucifer to come to the aid of the captive spirits. Lucifer returned to hell out of the loyalty to his companions, and to save them, he gave the Grawl to the Sidas of Agartha. To divinize the Hyperborean lineages and guide the Viras or Vuras to the spirit, and from the spirit to the origin. The Sidas of Agartha have since been known as loyal Sidas. Now I hope I'm saying this fucking word right. Sidas or Sidas? Maybe somebody could tell me how to say this, even though nobody could speak. Peace, Candy. Fools and tools. Anyone else come in? Nope. And Maggot. Peace, everyone. The Hyperborean wisdom does not tell us much more, but in any case, we have already stated the motive of the traitor Sidas. They needed to chain the spirits in order to use them in the evolution of the Pasu. This motive, which we have already explained on several occasions, was going to bring into play a colossal display of infernal imagination and ingenuity, and of course of incredible wisdom. The traitor Sidas, in effect, were able to understand the evolutionary plan of the One and modify it, revealing it in the search for the most effective ways to concretize the absurd and vain and entelechies. It's got to be entelechies or cheese or chies. Entelechies. I gotta look it up. It's gonna bother me. But it has an IES, so yeah, entelechies. Now where was I? I had to look it up. I hate mispronouncing words. Now I lost my spot, man. Come on. Alright. But the brilliance of so much intelligence was nevertheless tarnished by an incomprehensible passion, to the production of which the infernal material regions to which the members of the Hyperborean race had descended were perhaps not alien. If the latter were true, then perhaps the betrayal was the effect of a kind of madness previously unknown to the Hyperboreans. In any case, whatever the origin of the madness, what is certain is that passion was present from the beginning in the acts of the traitor Siders. This is especially evident in the system invented at first to modify the Pasu race and to adapt it to the spirits to be enchained, but which was then used whenever necessary to accelerate the evolution of mankind. Such a system consists in producing, with the aid of a sort of most advanced artistic engineering, an intellectual human body or prototype Manu. Such bodies are animated by the same traitor Siders, who thus incarnated, perform all sorts of deeds confused among common human beings. In this way, in the course of millennia, they have systematically intervened in the differentiated and genetic selection of every human race or sub-race. They have been the ones who forged the hybrid structure of the Vira, genetic mixture of Pasu and Hyperborean divine, and they did it with the clear purpose of creating a suitable vehicle for the incarnation of the reverted spirits. The obvious question, no doubt, is the traitor Siders being members of a spiritual Hyperborean race and having declared, as we have done, that they created intellectual human bodies to animate them and act among men. What is true Hyperborean contribution that they have introduced in the Pasu? Answer: the Mini. That is why we said above that all the work of the traitor Siders denotes a great passion. Without passion, there would have been no memory of blood. Hyperborean inheritance, properly so called, if only the genetic contribution of the Manu prototype had intervened in the mating between the extraterrestrial beings and the terrestrial Pasu beings. The mating of the spirits sphere would have been impossible. This terrible statement means that in the system invented by the traitor Siders to chain the spirits, passion was an essential ingredient. Passion permeates all the work of the traitor Siders, but it is, of course, in the sexual contact that they have assiduously made with the human race that it manifests itself most clearly. And the proof is in the fact that today the pure type of Pasu has practically disappeared. This demonstrates the great activity of the traitor Siders in the sphere of procreation. A great part of humanity today possesses Hyperborean lineage, that is to say, blood memory, and thanks to this spiritual chaining, is more numerous than ever. The success of the system thus seems to be complete. We will now give the key to the system, a key that will allow us to understand later important aspects of the chaining method. As it is an operation of high sexual magic, its detailed description would be excessively extensive. So we will limit ourselves to summarize everything in one concept. The genetic key of the karmic system of spiritual chaining rates in the following principle. When the Manu mates sexually with members of the human species, with the object of founding a lineage from which people or races are to descend, he acts secretly during the Methuna, doing the Methuna too, by by concentrating his will on embodying in his spouse an image of the origin of the Hyperborean spirit. Thus the memory of the origin is constituted in the blood memory, which is an authentic perpetual inheritance of the traitor Manu Sida, and it is embodied in the blood and not in any other substance, because the embodiment force used is passion. Passion is the Methuna, or if you will, love. The key to the system consists then in capturing an image of the origin in the blood of the Pasu, by which the latter acquires a divine inheritance and becomes a Virya or Vira. I gotta find out what that. It should only be reiterated that such a donation has no kindly character, but aims at the enchantment of the reverted spirits, an operation which we shall see later on how it is concretized. It can be considered, for the sake of clarity, that the embodiment of the symbol of the origin is the first part of a two-staged plan, the second of which would be the actual enchantment. The creation of the Mene would thus have the sole object of facilitating. We shall see how the link of the spirit with matter. This is why the embodied image of the origin must be intimate and secret, necessarily unconscious. Apart from the object for which it was created, the traitor Siders are not interested that the memory of the blood is really remembered, and in the practice of their karmic system, everything is oriented to prevent anyone from gaining access to the image of the origin. It was precisely the offensive action of Lucifer by depositing the Grail on the material plane that made it possible for man to remember that he is not from here, and his lineage was henceforth divinized. Finally, It should be noted that the white betrayal or the traitor's side has produced consequences in other worlds, of which contemporary man has not the slightest idea of their existence. In those worlds were also chained eternal spirits, giving rise to life forms whose existence is incomprehensible to current scientific mentality. These beings, which are also viras or viryas, inhabit other macrocosmic spaces, or inhabit other macrocosmic spaces of significance, which will be discussed in the Article E of the subsection, the Virya. Awakened, the lack of knowledge about such worlds is so great that in the development of the present book of Fundamentals of the Hyperborean Wisdom, we have to refer almost exclusively to the spiritual enchantment on earth, and in this historical stage of the end of the Kali Yuga. But it should not be forgotten at any moment that such an exposition needs to be further complemented with a complete polydimensional vision of the phenomenon of the spiritual enchantment, a vision that will only be possible to experience if one accesses the Hyperborean initiation of the pure blood. What up, blood? I'll leave it there because I just look now, and the next chapter is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 pages, and I am not reading 9 pages. I could, but I'll save it for tomorrow. I said an hour reading every day. Fraction of a Story by Kurt von Suberman. Trying to think if I should keep reading. It's a lot. And why did they all of a sudden put fraction of a story? Why would you? Anyway. I gotta put down my verse today. Let's see. It's gonna take a while. It's gonna take a while to read. This whole book, but yeah, I'm only doing an hour a day because that, a lot of people don't like when I read, and that's fine. They can, but I like to read, and there's people that like when I read, so to try and make everyone happy to some degree. Who's banging the fucking door like that? Look at this, I wish this was my son. 11-year-old hacked a Swiss bank and transferred his father's $75 billion. Now we're talking. Good boy. I mean, hey. As Tupac would say, I ain't mad at you. This is a picture of India. I don't know why I took it, but I was trying to look for technology yesterday. I have pictures of these hats that they wear that look like antennas, but unfortunately, I thought this was a cool. I have a moon card, but it wouldn't load. There it is. Maybe I will keep reading. I'll give it 10 minutes. If no one comes up, I'll just continue reading. Screw it. Or I'll just chill today and maybe look some stuff up.
Earth is a level, motionless plane with the sun, moon, and stars revolving over and around us just as you experience every day. The North Pole is the magnetic monopole center point, with Polaris, the North Pole star, situated directly above. Polaris is the only motionless star in the heavens, with all the other constellations revolving perfect circles
like a
over the
circus
Earth
tent.
every night. The so-called planets, known to the ancients as wandering stars, were named such because they were observed then, as we can observe today, to wander the heavens, taking their own unique spirograph-like patterns, making both forward and retrograde motions over and around the Earth during their cycles. Meanwhile, the fixed stars were named such because they were observed then, as we can observe today, to stay fixed in their constellation patterns night after night, year after year, century after century, never changing their relative positions. If Earth was truly a tilting, wobbling, spinning space ball, as NASA and modern astronomy proclaim, rotating 1,000 miles per hour on its axis, revolving 67,000 miles per hour around the sun, spiraling 500,000 miles per hour around the galaxy, and shooting off several million more miles per hour through the universe, the star patterns would never look the same 2 nights in a row, let alone be fixed in exactly the same constellations for thousands upon thousands of years. The reality is that the Earth and Polaris do not move, while everything else in the heavens revolves over Earth and around Polaris, east to west, like in a planetarium dome. Our Earth planetarium, however, is so vast that perspective won't allow any observer to see all the stars simultaneously from any one vantage point. We can see Polaris, Ursa Major and Minor, and other northern constellations from every point north of the equator simultaneously, but conversely cannot see the so-called South Pole star, Sigma Octantis, the Southern Cross, or other outer constellations simultaneously from every point south of the equator, because they all sweep over a great southern arc from their rise in the evening to their setting in the morning. Facing north, the stars turn counterclockwise from right to left. Facing south, they turn clockwise from left to right. Facing east, they rise in front and set behind, while facing west, they rise behind and set in front. So their apparent motion, angle, and inclination changes depending where you are on Earth and what direction you are facing. But their actual movement is always east to west.
What's up, Naga? I found a couple of these old, I don't know if these are lighthouses or what, but this brick looks pretty dope. Old pictures. Now, sorry for the noise in the background, but as you see here, this cannot work. This is from an old magazine that shows towers, and then it's suggesting that signals bend over a curve, which never happens ever. That's why they put towers on top of mountains, because the signal won't curve over a mountain.
Yeah, salute, bro. Uh, uh, Vibrations and frequency do curve. They do bend. Not in the way that we think they bend. We think they bend create an arch, but they not an arch. They create like a circle. They create like a field. You know what I'm saying? Like how we talk about electric field and electromagnetic
Yeah,
field.
I should have been more specific. I mean, it don't bend around like a globe. It can't go from,
Yeah,
say the
it
top
don't
to the
arch up,
bottom.
but it do bend around.
Because if you try to send a signal on a ball like that from the top center down to the bottom center, it wouldn't do it.
Yeah, it's going to bend and create a sphere.
I don't know. We would have to find an experiment. I would like to challenge that.
Yeah, if you have you have what you call it, uh uh ferrocell. If you have ferrocell, you could see how magnet bend, how the energy you know uh
Now, I could see it working if, um, how could I put it? If you had a tower at the bottom, and when you send that signal, let's look that up, man. I could have sworn I read signals um, don't go around the curve, and that's why the military on the ocean, if it wasn't flat, they wouldn't.
yeah, I'm not saying that it went around the curve, but I'm saying it creating the curve, the signal, the frequency itself creating a curve. So if you have a curve that fit perfectly within the field that the signal created, then the signal basically going over it or around it. Because if it perfectly, you know, uh the curve fit perfectly within the field. It's,
I
it's,
don't
it's
know.
not it's not indifferent than like create like a outliner for your for your screen or background.
I want to know what
That
maggot meant by this.
that again.
I want to know what maggot meant by this. I read it and I'm like, what? He's like, fuck you, get some crazy books. You go to
Nah,
the fucking wizard's library.
he basically saying fuck. You got some crazy books. And he's not saying fuck you.
Oh,
He's
okay.
basically saying fuck. You got some crazy books.
Well, that is true.
But yeah, people talk about things cannot go around the curve. Listen, a curve or something level. I'm wondering what people are trying to get from if the Earth is a globe or if it's flat, or what people mean by when people say they are looking for the truth. They are a truth seeker. I'm wondering, what is the end goal, by finding the truth? Like once you find the truth, what is that gonna do for you?
Huh. I was just thinking, I find the truth, that's just gonna be to one situation. The truth's infinite, man.
That's
Um,
right.
we'll never stop questioning. It's infinite. We
That's right.
couldn't learn everything in this small of a lifetime we have. We couldn't even learn a quarter of everything. Not even close.
Yeah, man. The truth is your experience. The truth is that you're having a true experience. That's the truth. So if you going around, ignoring everything that's going on around you, talking about you searching for the truth, you will never find it, because the truth is where you at. The truth is around you. The truth is you, is within you. Isn't what you're doing, is your experience. Everything is true based on your point of view. So people live a miserable life, because they can't see the truth, you know, and the life that they are living. But to go back to the the globe, versus the flat Earth, I think it's just a distraction. You know what I'm saying? To distract you from progressing, moving forward. The world was a globe for over 200-300 years, and nobody really talk about it. Nobody really use it, you know, uh, in their life. Nobody using the concept of the world being a globe in your life at all. We never, it's never something we had to do. We had to think about, hold on, we gotta do it this way because the world is a globe. Nobody else, that never happened. If it did, I don't know about it. Right? So I think it's just, this topic is irrelevant, man. It's just a big distraction, to stop you from, moving forward. Now you can't move forward until you figure this out. And once you figure this out, you can go back. You could keep moving. But you were never supposed to stop in the first place. You know what I'm saying? You were supposed to you were supposed to keep moving.
All right. Switched over like Range Rover.
Yeah, fools and tools, that's right. You always have the answers around you, in front of you. It's wherever you see the signs. I agree, man. It's not, the truth is everywhere. It's like how, where would you look for God? You know what I'm saying? People telling you God is in heaven, He's everywhere at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Omnipotent, omnipresent, present. But still we're trying to find God in a book. But still, we're trying to find God in heaven. We're trying to wait until we go to heaven and find God. That's the same thing with the truth. Some of us think that we ain't going to find out what the truth is until we die. But the truth is with you, is within you. You know what I'm saying? And this is another reason why, we know the truth is us, and us, because we always tell people the best advice we give people is to be true to themselves, right? The best advice you can give somebody, what I'm saying, is to be yourself and be true to yourself. So we know that the truth is in them. We know that the truth is in us. But yeah, the truth is is without you too. Is outside of you too. Without you, there's still gonna be truth because we just a part of the truth.
Hold
We're
on.
not. So,
Let me mute up. Sorry. These are the 9 realms of consciousness, but I'm gonna mute up because these guys are making noise.
yeah, I was saying, you the truth is outside of you too. But to recognize the truth outside of you, first you need to recognize the truth inside of you. You know, if somebody live with you in your house the whole time, you don't know who they are. You're not going to randomly find out who they are when you meet them in the street, when you see them in the street. You know, but if you know if somebody live with you in your house and you know who they are, as soon as you see them in the street, you already know who they are. It's the same thing with us. That we have to be familiar. We have to become familiar with the truth within. Then we can be familiar with the truth without. But the truth is everywhere, and you can recognize it too on other people. Salute to Joe. You can recognize it in other people and other things and the animals and the plants and the food. You know, even as pure energy, you can recognize the truth or truth for what it is. But you have to become familiar with it and you first. Because if you don't know the truth is in you, you most likely don't know what the truth is. You don't know what you're looking for outside of you. And it can't be in front of you the whole time. You don't know it because you don't know what you're looking for. If you're looking for a pair of shoes, but you don't know which one you're looking for, you know, uh, is a good chance it might be in front of you the whole time. You just never thought, uh, that's what you was looking for because you don't know. Yeah, it's the same question I was asking with the truth and people finding out the world is a global flat. How does that information help you in your day to day life? That's why I was saying, I don't ever, hear somebody, about to do something in their day to day life and they gotta say, hold on, let me think about it first, because I gotta get this thing right. The world is a globe. You know what I'm saying? The earth is a globe. Hold on. I gotta think. I gotta make sure I get this right. But we don't talk like that. We don't move like that. We just do things, based on how, we feel inside, based on how, on what we think, based on how we think. That's how we do things. If you don't know what shape is your thought, you most likely won't know what shape is the earth. Because I always assume thoughts comes in all form. Why would the earth only have one shape? This is the reason why people can play with us when it comes to the shape of the earth, because they could give us any shape of the earth and they can make some sense of it. You know what I'm saying? They can make some sense of it because they sense it.
This is the best right here. The best picture for perspective right here. Like, you can't even see, right? Let's say this is real life. I'll show my friends this picture and be like, look, you could barely see past that boat. Let's say this is real life. But you could look up and see light years away. Peace, Joe King. And my friends will be like, they'll look at me for a second. Their brains, like, they're computing what I'm saying. And then they'll be like, man, that's stupid, bro. Where do you get this shit from? It's like they thought for a minute and was like, damn, I never thought of that. But they don't want to give up their religion called outer space. They don't want to give up the NASA religion of heliocentrism. They're stuck to it.
Yeah, you can people. It's impossible to give up religion in the matrix because the matrix is built on religion, mathematics, math, right? Math is a religion. Whether people accept it or not, or agree or can see that math is a religion, it is a religion. So the matrix is built on that, on math, numbers, symbols, you know, numbers, shape, and stuff like that. Even letters, sentences is mathematic based. This is why you gotta know how many sentences is in a. I mean how many uh 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 it, how you call that shit? How many sound or words have in it? You know what I'm saying? The rhythm. If a word is long, you gotta break it down in order to pronounce it. You know, you can't. You gotta pronounce it. A certain way with a certain. You gotta stop. You gotta stop at the right way. You gotta adjust your voice up. And down. This is all mathematic. This is all mathematical. That's a religion. This I would say the first picture you showed me look like uh more like the Matrix than real life. Because if you're looking at the picture, you could just see it's the same thing over and over. It's the same thing. You could see how that same thing expand. But in real life, it's random. You never know what to expect. You never know what's the next step really is. So when people talk about everything is calculated, we're talking about the matrix. And I think some people only have fragmented, you know, thought on what the matrix is. I don't think people really can really envision the matrix, in its totality. And if you can't envision the matrix in its totality, you definitely can't envision, the universe in its totality. That's just a fact because the matrix is just a fragment the universe. It's just a fragment. So if you can't envision that, you definitely is not ready, to be out of the matrix, to start thinking out the box. If you can't see how big is the box, you can't even think about, what what outside of the box look like. That's just me. That's what I think. I think, some people can't. They don't know how big is the matrix. Yeah, that's what the word was, syllable. Yeah, we have to know how many syllables is in a sentence and shit like that. That's math. That's math. That's like saying I need to know how many, zeros is in 100. That's math. Mark said, "Damn, I'm smart." Now you up there, bro. You're up there.
Fuck that. This shit is slowing down. Like, I have no patience for this shit.
But what you think, Chuck? You think that? Do you think everything go back to math? What you think, Charles or chat? You know what I'm saying? Whoever in the chat, matrix, quantum physics, maidens.
There we go. Alright, now we got an imposter. Who is that other wandering warrior? This imposter. You seen that?
But yeah, I was asking, Charles, what you think? Do you think that everything go back to math? Do you think the matrix, itself is math?
Um, what's math? That's man-made.
Right, like the matrix.
Yeah, but we use math to describe or measure what the matrix is, but I think it's undescribable what the source truly is, what the matrix is based around.
See, that's
I
what I
don't
was
even know how to
saying.
explain it. I don't even know how to explain that type of energy.
See, that's what I was saying when I was saying that. I think some people don't know. They only have fragmented thought on what the matrix is. So it's kind of
Oh, the
hard.
matrix is something. What do you mean the matrix? Like they call reality the matrix.
Nah, that's just misunderstanding.
The matrix is like would be like the cube of Saturn, some technology we're in. Um, I look at this as like biological, like besides electricity, which who knows what's running this place. It's like a machine, but we're dealing with biological technology too. Like when I watched the movie The Matrix, like they call this place the Matrix, and I get it, but I don't at the same time because the Matrix was a computer generated program. You know, people watch The Matrix 4. Even in the first one, it explained that it was well, no, it didn't explain, but it turned out to be an illusion. That wasn't the Matrix created in a movie too, because people seen when they unplugged where they went. It was the Earth that was destroyed, so they built like this illusion to plug everyone in.
So let's do a quick mental exercise, right?
Place is better than that movie Matrix.
Let's do a quick mental exercise, right? The matrix is, like you said, we both can agree, it's a computer generated program, right?
Yeah.
What being used to program a computer, or what is a computer?
Something that computes.
What
Oh, I'm
compute?
joking. your brain is a computer. It's like your brain is like the hard drive and shit. So where would the modem be? Your third eye?
Yeah, but the computer is compute the specific things. You know, a computer was designed after the brain.
After
Kind of like
mathematics. 'Cause don't you got to program in math to run it? That's the language of the computer is mathematics, right?
that's what I was going. You know, because
Okay.
what from a computer is numbers, is ones and zeros, right? That's how you program a
Yeah.
computer.
That's the
So
computer's language. It's
right,
mathematics.
right. So that in itself right there proved the matrix is math. Math in itself. Do you see do you see what I'm saying with that? Where I'm going with that?
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what the matrix is. You know, and you know when you're looking at, you know, you see how ones and zeros, you know, compute or you know or into anything. Like everything that exists in this reality exists in the computer. This is the reason why we have Neuralink, metaverse, and all this shit. So the matrix is not the reality, is not our reality, but the matrix is a simulated version of our reality. It is being simulated with numbers. So we use numbers to, you know, as a form of simulation, you know, parallel to this, to our reality. So when people, you know, people think that, you know, the matrix is what reality is, it's just a misunderstanding. It's just a misconstruction. You know that it's two different things. You know, one is a copy and one is an original copy. The matrix is just a copy of the original copy. I don't know if I'm saying
My
it right.
bad. I'm thinking about. I'm listening to you, and I'm also thinking about what Faceplant said yesterday, calling people bots, right?
Yeah.
And I think I respect Faceplant, but he was bugging out yesterday. Well,
Uh,
I don't know who he was calling a bot, but
yeah, I don't know he was who he was calling a bot too, but you know, I think you know I don't agree with who on how he was using it, but I agree with the term in general. You know, some people are robots. I said it before. They literally
yeah,
robots. You even when you talk to them, you can tell that you know you're talking to a machine. You know, when you call customer service and it's the machine that answer, and you know the machine trying to act like a real person, but you know the frustrations,
I know
you
what
know,
he's talking about, Faceplant, and that people they could use bots to give you fake subscribers and shit. I think, and bots they'll send them into your chat to troll or put spam and shit. They'll spam up your chat. I remember Bro used to get that, but there's ways that you stop them. But anyway, I was just thinking, why is he saying that? You know, just trying to, because faceplant never bugs out like that. But I always say, call me paranoid, but don't call me from prison.
I mean, being on the internet, being on the internet, everybody is a robotic version of themselves. For real, you know, being on the internet, you have to be a certain way. You gotta watch what you say. You gotta make sure it is accurate. It go with the program. You don't violate the terms and agreement. So that in itself, right there, it's a program. It's a something you can't override, and robots cannot override their program. So being on the internet in itself make us a robot. But it go beyond that. You know what I'm saying? It's people that you probably meet in real life and probably think that, it's a regular human being, but it's a robot. I think the industry use that a lot to hack natural movement, right? I think the government use that a lot to hack certain natural movement that we have, some grassroots movement that we have coming up, you know, and they'll pick up on it and they'll plant a robot around it, and the robot will become uh a lot. The robot will become a big part of it, of the movement over time, and take over the movement. Some way somehow the robot will be favored to rule over the movement, because that's the robot job, is to rule. I think it's a rulership act. I mean, hack the government used. I think that's how they got into a lot of different movements, grassroots movement that the people had separate from them, and they use robots to hack these movements. People repeat who they are and what they are about. That's true too. The devil can't lie to you. He gotta tell you the truth. That's why I even take it and say, on the internet, you gotta be a robot. The internet force you to be a robot. And some people uh embody that. Some people literally embody being a robot. So even when they're not on the internet, they don't know how to be uh regular. It's kind of like it's one of them things. Some people say once you go black, you can't go back, or once you get bit by a vampire, you either die or turn into one. That's kind of like how it is. Some people, they don't know how to, come back from that. It's like trauma. Some people been, traumatized, and they don't know how to come back from it. That's what the internet is. The internet is like, is one of those that once you once you start to get simulated, from the internet, when you start receiving treats from the internet, you start to behave like an animal, or you start to behave like a robot. Coping mechanism. Yeah, that's what a robot is. Is really that's why we can't act like a robot, but a robot cannot act like us. A robot can try, but they can't really act like us. Eventually you're going to find out that's a robot.
My apologies, bro. I had a phone call.
You're good. That's why at some point, every celebrity that you looked up to, at some point you probably called them a clone. At some point you probably that thought probably came to your mind and be like, man, I wonder if that person, if that celebrity is real. I wonder, if the real celebrity died,
I think, bro.
and
Me
clone it.
too. And someone's wearing a mask. Like, people would be like, oh, you're crazy, bro. But there's proof. I've seen where people caught stuff on videos. Thanks to all the people who do deep research, people call them crazy or paranoid or whatever. But the truth or stranger, what was that saying? The truth is stranger than fiction or whatever. I believe they do use characters to play a front role, like they're running shit. But the real people running shit, you don't see, you don't know, and you don't hear from them. They're the puppeteers. They tell, all these people that are leaders of countries, those are all puppets, man. They ain't the leader of nothing. They're, just like a messenger, a front man, a fucking puppet, you know? That's how I see it.
Yeah,
Call
yeah.
me
I think
crazy.
the crazy thing is, man, I think the real people that was in power is long gone. Like they long gone. Like all like it's like the aliens they told us about, like the Anunnakis and shit like that. They
What do you
told us
mean?
about.
You think someone's playing a role of Trump? That Trump
Yeah,
isn't a real person, he's a character made up,
yeah.
and
I
they
think
use him on the TV and shit to just like keep the people entertained, occupied, and
yeah, it is to control the outbreak, right? Is to control is be they don't want
the controlled revolution.
is to control the
Oh yeah, I'm in the wrong.
what you call that shit again, yeah, it's basically to control the outbreak, because people will wake up mad and go crazy, right? If they had to find out that we being controlled by robots, that was programmed to control us. People will go crazy.
That's
So,
wild shit. If
and,
fucking robots
and
are,
wouldn't and people wouldn't allow the robots to go extinct on their own. We
I
would
think Joe Biden was a robot at one point when he fell going up the stairs. That was a robot version, I think.
yeah, all these people in power, man. I personally think that these people are long gone. They have replacement. They have robots that replace them, because if we knew, if we knew they left, right? If you know that, for example, let's say I've been oppressing you, for 10 years, right? And then one day you found out I left, right? You would want to know, where did I go, and am I going to come back, and when I'm going to come back, right? You will want to know these things. But if you don't know that, right, then you don't know, you don't know where did I went, and when am I going to come back. So when I come back, you ain't gonna be prepared, because you never thought I left in the first place, because I had you in check the whole time I left. I had you in check. I was checking you even though I wasn't there. I had a program checking you, right? It's no different when people go to go to work and they have a protection system in their house. They could be at work and they could just look in their phone and see if somebody who rang the doorbell, who came to their house, and all these things. What time the mailman come, all of that, they could monitor their own house while being away from the house. This is how the government, got us right now. Like while they went away, where they at, they still be able to monitor us. But
I
I think
I have a video on masks, but it's not letting me upload it, which is weird because it's not even long. But I wanted to show it. Fuck.
I think it go back to what I was saying about the Earth. Even
Here
the
it is.
old maps. Remember the old maps of the Earth that they used to show us with the two circles?
Oh yeah, it looks like the owl's eyes,
Yeah. So I think
like
they
this
came from.
owl. Check this out real quick.
Yeah, I think that's what the Earth looked like. Like that infinity. Uh, symbols. So I think right. We I think we on one of the circles, and the people in power, they came from another circle,
Another
but
crater.
they don't want us to know. Well, I don't think it's below. I don't think the other circle is below us. I think it's next to us. Like I think it's beyond the North Pole. Like the North Pole will be literally the entrance, like to both.
But before we change the topic, I want to play this video real quick that is with the other topic about masks real quick. It's a minute long.
Good.
Celebrity skin suits. So you think, oh, that's Emma Watson. Yeah, I know what she looks like. That's just... No. It's
You could
actually
unmute.
Sofia
That's fucked
Vergara.
up.
A lot of
Wish I
people
could
on the
rewind
internet
it.
think that Tyler Perry is just Will
I
Smith
want to see
in a
what
skin
it's
suit. If you look closely at Tyler Perry's eyes, you can see that it almost seems like there's a suit
at. Now
resting on
that,
the natural folds of his eyes, and
that's
that's
a
not how a
mask
normal
for
eye
sure,
would look.
We
bro.
were so happy to have that. It's very sentimental for me, and we do a lot of shooting down here.
People often accuse Joe Biden of wearing a skin suit as he looks different in before and after. The theory goes that some celebrities will just wear these to keep themselves safe, protected, and in disguise, while others would wear them to become multiple celebrities at once. Michael Jackson was known to wear them in videos. Before I say the craziest part about all this, make sure you follow so you finally know the craziest conspiracy theories about each of your favorite celebrities and requests you want to see next. The craziest part is that people think Michael Jackson has faked his death and is living out his life as a man named Dave.
To his Encino house. I think I was in that Encino.
Celebrity skin suits. So you think, oh, that's Emma Watson. Yeah, I know what she looks like. That's just... No. It's actually Sofia Vergara. A lot of people on the internet...
Now, Scooby-Doo makes sense to me, like I said a million times. Scooby-Dooby-Doo. When they rip the
Yeah,
mask off.
that's what the movie Impossible was showing us. The thing we think impossible is truly possible. But I think the mass thing is with the entertainers. The entertainers, the people that keep you entertained. Why the government, why people that run this shit. I think they doing it. They do that shit. They will have.
What's up, London?
Yeah, man. I think they do that. They're wearing that mask thing. It's real. But I think the people empower themselves. They ain't even, people's putting on masks. They are, they are basically a literal mask. The whole body is a mask, is a fucking robot, man. It's a robot that's been programmed or to do certain things for 30 years. or certain things for 20 years, certain things for 10 years, right? And after these whatever time, we think these people die, but it's really a robot. That was the lifespan of the robot. Was 10 years, was 20 years, was 30 years, whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
But to go back into what I was saying with the Earth thing, I think it's beyond the North Pole. The North Pole is like the entrance to these two circles. Once you find the North Pole, then you can basically enter the next circle. But first you have to, find the North Pole, and you have to get to the North Pole. This is why I think people, you don't want people to get to the North Pole, because people want to explore it and want to explore it, and want to know, okay, what's beyond it, what's beyond that.
What if there's a bunch of North Poles and they all are close by like this? At the North Pole, the tree of life is a Tesla coil, and the electricity in between is the aurora borealis. So there's a bunch of different craters around, and they all have Tesla coils at the pole, the center part. And
Yeah,
that's what all that you see in the sky is, the electricity or energy.
I think you are the North Pole. I'm the North Pole.
Gases and shit.
Everybody is a North Pole, but the Earth itself, you know what I'm saying, has a North Pole.
Or this could be the sun and moon, which creates the aurora borealis in between. But I think the aurora borealis is coming from the Tesla coil at the center, like that. That shit's dope. You can walk through that; it won't even do nothing to you. Unlike this way of energy is better than putting it in copper wires to control the flow. That's why Tesla's got all the Tesla tech that they call it, or got taken down for the garbage, where you can control it and shit. The garbage, the hot electricity. Touch that shit, your soul will be free.
What if the North Pole was like a tunnel, like a wormhole, right? If you go back to the owl, right, you can see how the beak, right, how it start from the beak. I mean, from the from the beak and go up, right, kind of create a nose, but when it split into the eyebrows, right? What if the North Pole is something like that? It's something that come from singular. Is something that basically have a singular beginning, but it have a polarized into it. It's like where two is like how two roads come together, or two a highway, you know what I'm saying, come together and create one highway, or one highway split into two highways. What if the tunnel was something like that? I mean, the North Pole was something like that. People talking about, in the year 2030, 2050s, right? We're gonna be able to travel, like we can be, in New York in 30 seconds. We can just walk, through a wormhole hole, and from New York, and come out in Texas, or come out in Cali, or in Florida.
We can do it with a cell phone. That's about it. We could use the light and transfer that through the portal of a phone. But I don't know about being able to walk through a portal. Someone's got to explain to me how you can take matter, break it down, and then put it back together on the other end.
Well, it's not really. I see what you're saying with that, but I think it's more vibrate. You know, if you vibrate, high enough, you can see how things that you can basically see how things, uh, uh, break down, or how things, different, separate from each other, but still they all stick together to form that one big thing. So it's like how rain, you know, when rain come to the floor, it create that one body of water, right? So I don't think it's really is like you have to cut it up like your body. I think that's how things is. I think things are vibrations, and vibrations, is man, I'm trying to find the best way to explain this thing, what I'm trying to say. Walking through a portal, you have to be able to match the vibration of the portal. Like imagine, like, if you could, like, for example, if you're in a car, you're doing 50 miles per hour, right? Then I get in my car, right? And I do 70 miles per hour, right? And then, the closer I'm getting to you, I'm slowing down, right? To get to your speed. So by the time, I'm right next to you, I'm probably doing 51. And by the time I get, uh equally, the same distance you are, I'm doing 50 miles per hour. So now we both side to side doing the same speed, right? It will look like we not moving. And what I mean by that, like, I could get something from my car, right? And take it to your car, because we both doing the same speed, right? Uh Next to each other. So we can transfer something from the, from doing the same speed. We can transfer something from my car to your car, or from one airplane to another airplane. That's what I think, walking to a portal is. It's like your consciousness, right? If your consciousness is on the same level as the portal, basically doing the same speed, on the same vibrations, then your body can just walk through. I don't know. I think that's the best way I could probably, I could put it together. But I probably find better way to express what I'm trying to say with that. But yeah, I don't know if you walk away, Charles. That's what I think. That's what I think. The body can just walk right over, walk right through, because the mind, like, imagine, people there is a reason why people say, if you can put your mind to it, you can do it. You can be whatever you want to be, whatever you put your mind to. How you think you able to, uh sleep? How you think you able to sleep through your dream? Like, you can well, I won't say that. Well, I won't say, I won't use a dream, because you definitely have a different body in your dream. Even though you can have the same body in your dream, I don't know. Maybe, your body stays here, Maybe when you walk through a portal, maybe your body stay on one end, and you just walk right through your another body on the other end. I don't know, but from what I'm seeing, what I'm looking at, how I imagine it to be, I think the body, can't easily walk through the portal, if your mind, if your consciousness is on the same level. I like mine. The force be with you. I don't know what that means.
Bing bong. Tesla. They're trying. I heard Mr. Beast bought so this is what the guy said on his video. Maybe not. But Mr. Beast allegedly bought a whole town or city cars, right? And I'm thinking, who wants one of them junk cars? Even though they're for free, I ain't gonna front and be a hypocrite. I'll take one if they were free. But they're still junk to me, and they're trying to get everyone to buy electric and use that whole illusion that it's good for the environment and this and that, but it's all about sales, man. They
Nothing.
make it like they're not bad for the environment either. You know, when you got children over in Africa slaving in those mines to even make a living, yeah, it's by choice, but if they don't do it, it's crazy how we have to slave to feed ourselves when at one point Mother Earth fed us for free.
Nothing is free for real, man. And the Matrix, even this technology that we have, we think that okay, we so high, you know, high society, but we dumb as hell. We gave up our mind, to have technology. Like we give up, using our feet to have cars, right? Like I remember going, to where my grandfather from, on the countryside in Haiti, and I'm looking at, 14-year-old, 15-year-old that look like grown men because the body already mature. The body already mature enough, where you see that they look like a grown man, you know, because they don't need to work out and go to the gym. Their lifestyle in itself is a workout. You're waking up every day, climbing, going up the hills, you know, and get the animals and feed the animals. You gotta tilt the land with mechanical tools. You know what I'm saying? So all these things, contribute, make the body, athletic. The body is shredded, your body, it look mature, so you don't look like, you
Let me just I didn't take your wrench because you did anything wrong, mindful. I haven't seen you here in a while, so and I was like, well, if you pop in, I just people that I haven't seen here in a long while, I'm just like they're probably never coming back. So, but it wasn't like I took it because you did anything wrong. Um, but yeah, I never said you were a troll. You didn't do anything wrong. I just took a bunch of wrenches from people that haven't been coming by in a long while.
yeah, man, I think technology got us dumb. We give up natural things to embody artificial things, for sure. Yeah, shout out to Mindful Exposure and everybody else in the chat.
Yeah. Peace in the chat. What's up, Mark?
But yeah, man, I think people,
I don't
the
give
real,
wrenches off the boat over people's heads. They get given out to people that come here for a while. They can sub to other people quick because unfortunately you can't just click on the channel and go to their channel unless you have a wrench, which is stupid. They need to fix that. And two, so you could drop links because you can't even drop a link if you don't have a wrench, and that needs to be fixed too. But whatever. What's
yeah, I think giving everybody a wrench, just make it not cool no more. To have a wrench, because some people get a wrench, they don't even know why they get a wrench. Like it's a lot of people, channels I go to, they give me a wrench. I don't even know why I go, I get a wrench because I'm like, shit, I don't really be, you know, in the chat telling everybody, to like and subscribe. Basically, I don't do, I don't do, uh, what you call these people? The people with a wrench again?
a wrench is a tool that's needed to, you know,
Mon,
to drop links and go to other channels. And
moderator.
I very rarely got to block people, or I forgot I could put them on timeout, which I will start doing because people don't like the humble Chuck. I think some people want to be treated like dirt, so we have to spank them a few times, put them in timeout. Stand in the corner.
Well, the truth is, bro, the truth is not about, treating people how they want to be treated. For real. If that was the case, everybody,
It's about
would,
respect too, you know.
well, I think it's more about, treating people how I want to be treated.
Yeah,
Like,
that's what we say, respect, because I want respect back. But a lot of times it ain't even really a big deal. There's never really any ever problems here, so
yeah,
which
man.
is a good thing.
But yeah, like I was saying, man, sometimes I don't even know why people give me a wrench because I don't do no moderating job. I don't be in your chat moderating for real, but you giving me a range. I don't know. So I just said it's cool. I stay with the range, but I do appreciate though. The people that give me a range, and if they and they the one that feel like okay, I do the job.
Some people use them as a thing, you know, to like me. I just give them out to people who've been here a while. Like I said, for the two main reasons. But I've come to realize that a bunch of people got hidden too, and comments were getting hidden. But for the most part, I think that is taken care of, most likely.
Yeah, some people use the range, as some type of authority, to settle the beef they have with different people. Like you can't do that. If you have beef with somebody, you can't start beefing with them. On my channel because you can't try to use my channel to settle your beef.
Yeah, you'd be surprised, bro. That's how it goes. Salute, Chuck and Naga. How we doing?
Yeah, salute, KBJ.
Hey, there's so many channels that I stay away from because I know there's people waiting to snipe me, right? Just to say, yeah, I blocked London. I've done this to him. Ha 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 ha. So I don't even go to certain channels anymore because they just waiting to snipe me, boy. And it's crazy.
Shit, you
Yeah,
you, you
that ain't
do.
nothing to brag about. Like, who gets points for that shit? Like,
No,
right?
it's not the
People aren't
point.
saying it. Like, damn, like they made a big accomplishment in life and shit.
Yeah. Shit, London, man, I'm surprised from and go all the way up for real to the top. Cause shit, you've been on a ramp.
Yeah, London.
You've
I
been on
say
a
that
ramp.
respectfully. Don't take that wrong, London. But yeah, like that's wild. People. I don't know. I don't think I've blocked anyone yet.
Cause man, you've been on a ramp, bro. It's people that shit. I'm hearing people talking about you. I ain't even know they know who London Man was. I don't have I don't have people, trying to argue with me, trying to convince me that, what I'm saying, I should try to, I should stop, uh, you know, give you a shout out or whatever the case may be. I'm like, hold on.
Uh.
You you should change it to KLV, King London's version.
Hey, no, guys, it's wild, bro. It's wild you say that. It's wild you say that. I've heard a few people say that, bro. That's why I don't go to many channels because I know there's people waiting to block me just to say ha ha, blocked you and all the stuff like that. Petty behavior, but that's what they keep up with.
That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
I don't know why people
That's what I'm saying. I'm
do that.
surprised that your channel
Great.
didn't go up because shit. The level of promotion you getting for free. You know what I'm saying? Hey man, you know what I'm saying? You probably
Facts.
you probably
Yeah,
know
your videos,
what
London, man.
I'm saying? Go ahead.
You make those fire videos.
Respect, bro. Respect. I do try. I do try. I try to be different. Try to be different.
You have a
But yeah.
different approach too on things that not many people can expand or use their imagination to look at this place as being inside, you know, an eyeball or the thoughts in God's mind or just being in, a lot of people don't think that deeply on stuff. So
I
they
get
look at it and try to discredit it and be like, I've seen it all, man.
But I got a
yeah.
question right quick, London man. Because since I seen you change your name to KVJ, have you considered the Bible? Reconsider the Bible?
What do you mean? In which way? Like,
Like, is you rocking with it?
oh no, 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 no. I'm not rocking with it. I only, to be honest with you, bro. The only reason why I even changed it to KJV, right, is because the guy that you can see on my screen, his name's James, right? That's James Terrell, and I've been covering him. He's one of the reasons why I've been on this journey. His name's James, right? And then King, meaning, King James, but then a spin-off, my stuff that I put together, it's called the Holy AI Book, right? So Holy Book, King James, my version now, it's my version. So it's King James's version, meaning my version, like London's version. I'm King James. I'm James Terrell, right? James Terrell is me. So that's where it come from. The Holy Book, Holy AI Book. King James has got a Holy Bible, but I got the Holy AI Book.
By the way, I appreciate that. The Holy AI book, that was a great
Title?
yeah, that was a great title, a great insight, a great movement that you got going on. I fuck with it.
Respect.
No, for sure. I fuck with that. That's very unique. You know what I'm saying? And staying consistent with it too is definitely, you know what I'm saying? That's what's going to get you where you need to be for real.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. I mean, even along this journey, I've met a lot of people, right? But I've never, ever, ever had to block anybody apart from one person on this YouTube stuff. I've never blocked anybody apart from one person. Yeah, that's wild.
Well, I think that's me personally. I feel like that's why I was telling Charles. I be getting rents in places I don't even feel like I deserve it because I don't. If I'm not doing a moderating job, I don't need to get a wrench. And the people with the wrench need to moderate. If you have a platform, if I have a platform and I got moderators, ain't no way I had to go out of my way and block somebody. Now I'm saying the moderator should already see that okay, that person deserves to get blocked. Well,
Now, I've been looking into all sorts of stuff, man, about the gases like in the earth. We have to be contained for certain gases to work, like a greenhouse. Let me see these pictures I found.
yeah, but the greenhouse is not natural though.
Whatever it is. Like, I'm not looking at it to be natural or man-made. I'm just looking at it as a creation and to see how it exists and why. Because I
Yeah,
think even the electricity, like a lot of this shit is man-made in this realm, I think.
nah, electricity is not man-made. Electricity is being harnessed. It's like water. Water is not man-made.
Like I said yesterday, um, it reminds me of like a record, the stars, for some reason. Like a what was that called yesterday? We were talking Fibonacci sequence. I gotta show London Man this hat I found. Where'd it go? Here it is. Like even here, it would make sense if where would they create, the symbolism to, create the left and right brain, and then God's throne is the third eye, and then the spine's Jacob's ladder, right? So there's a lot of evidence that we can go towards being in God's eye. I mean, even the Ouroboros, two eyes.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. The thought of a spinning record, the idea of a spinning record. Knowing you gotta know that the record, the album, is in between two things. Like Jesus was in between two thieves, right?
That picture didn't load.
So the Earth definitely seems or look like like a spinning record because of the universe. The universe, above, and the universe below the Earth is what make the Earth like a spinning record.
Even yeah. Hold on. Here it is. It does look like a record to me. The stars. I mean, that's real life right here. It might,
It,
the picture might be enhanced, but it's a real picture. And now it won't let me pull up the picture of an album. Like, what's going on here?
So what? Hold on, riddle me this, right? Because this is where I get confused when it comes to like the flat earthers and the stars. Right? Go back. No,
Hold
go
on.
back. That picture you just had.
I'm not a flat earther, but hold on. This picture?
Yeah. Now, you know, I've heard people say this is the stars moving around Polaris, right? Have you heard that people say that as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So riddle me this. How can flat earthers say the stars are moving around Polaris and then in another breath they say the stars never move? We see the same stars always.
Well, it's more like there's fixed stars and then there's the wandering stars, they say. The fixed stars are the ones that create um the album looking spin that you
Yeah, but
see
that's
right here.
yeah, that would be all of the stars, but isn't it just seven wandering stars?
Well, those, I don't know. And
Yeah.
truthfully, I don't study the stars that deeply, like through a telescope. I've looked a lot of times, but I don't know. That's what intrigues me is how these stars are fixed, but then you have the sun and moon is included in the wandering stars. Um,
Exactly. That's why there's seven. It's seven. Like
yeah, but they
you're
say
right.
there's 9 or 10 now, but that's ridiculous. The
You're
sun
right.
and
But
moon don't move. It moves
even
in the
though
analemma, I just want to say too. It doesn't move in the complete. Like they show on the flat earth some models, they'll show the sun and moon going in circles, even though it does, but not in a perfect circle. But whatever.
I like the question because the idea in itself is tricky.
It is.
Cause what you said is true. Charles, they said that. They said that is because some stars are fixed, some stars are wandering stars. But even the wandering stars, we still see the same 1 7 wandering stars too. It's
Yeah,
not like we see
Yeah,
different, wandering stars. We see the same
exactly.
7 wandering stars. So technically, they kind of fit in the category, as the
That's
fixed stars.
fixed. That's bro. That's my point. What I'm trying to make. We just for that image we just showed. Like apparently they're moving, they're spinning, right? But they seem to spin back in the same place, and then you got the wandering stars. How far does a wandering star wander before it's called a wandering star?
Mhm.
I don't know.
So I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something.
I
That
want to study a wandering star. I need a good camera. I want to study one all year just to see its
I mean, you
try
just
to
said it. You
follow
just
its
said the sun and
path.
the moon is one. You just said the
Well,
sun and the moon is one. The other ones are like Venus, Mercury, like
there's so many versions because in reality, I don't think we truly know what anything is. We're just trying to explain it. That's why there's so many different versions of stuff. Most likely, like until we could factually prove it. But I mean, we can. All we got to do is look up. But then I wonder, what are the stars? And that's a good point, London.
hell yeah.
How
That's
how
that's a
do
nail in
wandering stars?
that's a nail in the coffin right there.
Because I want
yeah.
to see if they really wander, or are they on a fixed route every year, or because if they're on a fixed route all the time, then is that really wandering?
No.
If it stays on the same fixed route, just like what we call fixed stars, they're on a circle, a 360-degree route. So even if wandering stars go off on a different route and they come back around and do it again, then it's really just a fixed star in its route. It's fixed in that, you know, journey.
Yeah,
It does it over and over. So it'd be just like a fixed star.
yeah. That's why I was saying that the idea in itself is trickery. Is trickery.
I need a telescope. The one I have isn't good enough to, you can't
Yeah.
really zoom in that good. It sucks.
But I don't really agree with that with the Earth being flat or a globe. I think
All the shapes in one.
yeah, the Earth is the infinite shape,
We're
not the
we're
shape that
inside.
describe infinity, not the shape that describe infinity, but an infinite shapes. You know what I'm saying? Like an infinite amount of shapes. Like any shape you could think of, You know what I'm saying? You can basically, theorize it to be the Earth. You can now to prove it to be the Earth is a different story, but to theorize it being the Earth, is easy for real. That's why they could play with the globe. They could play with the flat, with it being flat.
What I want to know is, I don't think this God and this mysterious God made the firmament and this electricity and stuff. I think it's most likely made by us or taller people or somebody. But what's outside? If there is that's what I want to know. If there is a firmament, you know, are we in a crater, and how many other craters are there? Because if there's a wall, it looks like a crater. You got to climb up and out of this place. If that's the case, I don't know. I've never traveled there, but I want to know for sure.
Concept and context is key. You gotta have a concept. You gotta know the context of what things is being talked about, because electricity can be looked, as the creator too, right? Or as the, you know, let there be light, right? Electricity, the root word of electricity is El. The root word of the creator is Elohim, right? So how do you know which El they're talking about? Or how do you know which creator they're talking about? Is the concept, is the concept, and the context, the things is being talked about. In an infinite concept, none of them fit. In an infinite concept or context, neither the creator they're talking about or electricity or Elohim, neither one of them fit. When we thinking about, how things expanded to infinity, expanding from the center, we have to rethink, we question everything all over again.
My thing is, it's like when they tell us, water and electric don't mix. I know it don't mix for the short term of it, but when water and electric mix, so much things can be brought forth through water and electric mixing.
How they gonna say water and electricity don't mix, but water is a conductor, conductor of electricity, like iron, water and iron, conduct of electricity. How these two don't mix?
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah, that's even one of the reasons why they say that we electric being, because we made of 70-80% of water.
So it'll be like your body's always constantly fighting itself. You got water and electric in your body. Like, well, we don't see that happening.
Yeah, the whole thing, man, is
I'm back.
that's why you can't prove. They can't prove what they're talking about. It gotta be a dick.
I'd rather do my own experiments and experience it myself. Because you heard about this thing, they're gonna go to Antarctica. You watched that video, London Man by Eric Dubay? He destroyed the
or William Duff you talking about? Will Duff.
Eric Dubay is talking about there's going to be alleged 6 flat earthers and I think 6 globers or whatever, man. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's going to go to Antarctica, and if the sun is there 24 hours, it's going to prove if we're on a globe or not. That's bullshit. You can't prove if we're on a ball by the sun.
Yeah, that's called the final experiment. That's what I've heard. That
I don't buy it.
Will Duff
Unless I do the experiment, I I'm not gonna believe it. It's fishy already. I'll play the video later that I already have it of what Eric Dubay says. It's like a 4-minute video, and he destroyed the freaking thing before it even happened.
Yeah, but I've been hearing people destroy Eric Dubé though.
Yeah, me too. I've seen some things like, if it is, it is, man. I'm about a message, and then I look into it and make my own decisions, or my decisions based on what I'm reading. But I don't got to live what he did. He did it. That's his whatever. But he has some good information.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen those videos. Some people were tearing him up. That funny picture they had of him. Because
Yeah.
he does stretches and shit. They were like, he's a Satanist.
And he dresses up in female clothes and shit.
Yeah.
Do you know what I come to realize? You see, most of these people, right? If they're talking about this realm, but they're not including the body, they don't really know what they're talking about.
Nah, this is my last start. My bad.
So like Naga's getting held at gunpoint. Naga, you cool? Oh shit. Blink twice, Naga, if you need help.
Yeah, I'm here. What's going on?
I thought them boys ran up on you. I thought you needed help.
Nah. That's my neighbor.
Oh shit. It's always the neighbor that wants a favor. You got any sugar? You got milk? Hey, what's up, man? I got these lemons. You got lemons, man? No, I ain't got lemons. Go away. Leave me alone. Nah, I'm joking. Shout out to the neighbors, man. Good neighbors. Gotta have good neighbors.
What's up, Dom?
Yeah, what's going
Hey,
on,
Charles.
Dom?
Hey, Nega. Hey, London. I think London realm sometimes means royal. So they might literally just be talking about your own vessel that you're in. But I get it. We always look precariously outside, and we think that's the realm that people are talking about.
Yeah. There you go.
We're entertaining a lot of stories within our heads. So then we try to justify it by looking externally for it.
It's micro to macro.
True. That's why I say, how does the thing serve in the outside proving? You know, like whether those two objects in the skies are material or images, whether or not are the shape of our realm is. That could be the deception, meaning that it's more distractions. Valid as that they are, but that could just be a distraction. Especially when we know that our senses could easily be misled. Holograms up in the sky of a dolphin could validate that. Tasting salt and finding out it isn't salt can validate that. Throwing a certain kind of odor in the air and you think it's a skunk, but meanwhile it's something else. At that point, then you have to say everything's fair game for entertainment, stories. And then if you say it enough times, this is what religion and state does, then people start thinking that's the truth. But then hasn't the billions of people that are Christians and Muslims been proven that they could easily be misled? So why wouldn't a couple million people that believe in, I'm just going to use this as entertainment, flat earth, globalist, Mandela effect, conspiracy theory, whatever happened between 2019 and 2021. Not to say those things didn't happen, but how does it serve at that point? That's an individual thought. When you start sharing with other people, then for some people, they'll want to debate it. I'm like, you're debating my eyes of the beholder and Plato's cave ideal? Especially when I'm using a language I already know for sure it's not mine to own. I just get to use it. Question would be, who gave us words like conspiracy theory, or who gave us the ideal or a word that there's a thing called Antarctica? The word ant gives it away.
Yeah, so many words they gave us.
You know,
What's up?
in our vessel is kind of like nature, where it's kind of like harmony. Once you have a part removed or you have a car accident, there's also disharmony going in the vessel. That's why some people are more affected, let's say, by rain or atmosphere shift after an accident.
You're basically asking some of the same question I was asking earlier.
Mm-hmm. Thanks,
You know,
Titus.
how is knowing the truth help you? How is knowing the earth is round or flat? You know, is it a globe or is it flat? How does that help you? You know, because if you don't know what you're looking for, and if you don't know it's already in you, you know,
Mm-hmm.
most likely you ain't going to find it outside of you and know what to do with it.
True. Can I change one word, Naga? How does another story help you? Because if it's the truth, wouldn't it be kind of like the Truman story? Well, now we have to remove you from this particular storyline and put you somewhere else. Why? Because you figured it out. Why would you want to play the game over and over again if you're aware of it and everybody else is just bumping in the dark?
That's it.
Again,
That's
go
sorry
ahead.
to cut you. That is one of the points I was making the other day. You know, you made a good that is a good point. You know, once you realize, you know, do you stay in the game and keep on playing, or you know, do people actually notice you've realized and take you out of the game? You know, like I said, we've seen that in a few of these movies that are out there. When people find out the truth, they get approached by certain people and say, "It's time now. You come with us." You know, shit like that. It's like they remove the smart people from the sheeple, right?
Mhm.
They embrace them into their society, and we've seen it with a lot of, well, not a lot, but I've seen it with what's his name? What's his name? I've been studying his work a little bit. I forgot his name now, but there's a guy. Hold on, wait, because I need to know his name. Wait. I forgot his name, it slipped out of my head. But basically, this guy's been approached by, you know, the powers that shouldn't be, because they've noticed his work and they brought him into their society. What's his name, man? Jesus Christ.
Jesus? Is it Jesus, London?
No, no, it's not Jesus. It's another guy. Wilton, that's it. Danny Wilton, right? Danny Wilton. They've took him into this, you know, brotherhood society. He wasn't a part of them, but because he decoded so many things, right? And he's 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 made people look in his direction. You understand? And now he's over there with them. They've accepted him.
So, but what
It
about
depends
London?
who you're watching.
Another possibility that once that information becomes, you become aware of it, it's an easy, let's just delete their memories, you know, hence the data from soul or whatever, where you remove all that information so it's no longer yours to own, and then it just reboots you into another form or bring you somewhere else. There's a good chance there could be other realms, other places, you know, and next thing you know, but again, that doesn't help the people that are very practical. And in this realm, they're living precariously through their senses, and they think that's all reality, but never questioning the words that they use. Isn't here, wind isn't here, the air isn't here. You know what I mean? Like when I say it's not here, meaning that they can't see it with their senses, but they're picking it up still, but we give words to it. Again, that's where a person starts opening up that onion ideal and starts seeing, oh, I see that, or I feel that, or I sense that. Well, I never had that thought before because you weren't ready for it. And then once you start seeing it, it's like some people all of a sudden they play an instrument. Oh, I see colors. Okay, so then how do they try to explain that to others? You know, like if me and you, London, like I said, it's an old cheap metaphor, but if I saw an alien and you saw an alien, we started communicating with telling us all kinds of story. How would we tell our parents and our loved ones? The only thing they could do is trust us and say, yeah, okay, London, Dominic, yeah, I trust you. But they didn't see it.
Hmm?
And when some people start doing pushback, well, how can you prove it to us? Okay, get into my senses, I guess. I recorded it with some device. Well, I didn't have a device with me. This is where we get caught up because we think because we record things like with our voices, written work, with video, they think that that's what some people will call the truth. It's just another story. I'm just using another word to describe it. But what most people think is the truth is the answer. That's what people are looking for. Give me a couple of inquiries. Let's group them all up, and I want an answer. I said, you're just going to get more possibilities at that point.
But you know what's wild? Even when you said that, I was thinking about, maybe if there was a time before deception, right? Now, do you think there was a time where if somebody said something, right, people would believe them, like not second guessing them? Like just imagine if this whole place was full of nothing but disciples, monks. If a disciple or a monk said something, right, said, I've seen a flying spacecraft or I've seen an alien, do you think his brothers are gonna believe him or say you're talking rubbish because
I
they're
do.
speaking nothing but the truth? You
I
what?
think there was a time, even
Yeah.
if it was just certain tribes in different places, that's how we were mentally hijacked at some point, because that was, you know, if there was a time before deception, I just had to jump in here real quick, give my 2 cents.
Look, I'll throw another little one in there that you can take it, Chuck. Look at when they show you those old pictures, right, of the Renaissance eras, but they show you spacecrafts in the air and they're pointing. You understand? They're pointing to the stars as because they're seeing spacecrafts and stuff like that. Are they telling the truth that they're pointing to something, or is that just AI drawing stuff?
I think, well, they used to use the stars to map the ground, right? Because you could see, because if you take the stars and line it up with the ground, you can make a chart sheet. Well, yeah, they're pointing at the stars probably because if you sail or travel to that star, you would end up at the land under it or near it. I think these spacecrafts are people like us with technology that don't come from a planet. They're pointing at the stars because that's what land they're from. That's what I think. They used to use the stars to travel and chart, but I don't think they actually come from there. That whole alien thing, I think, is bullshit. I think they're just people like us that been created this tech or it comes from taller people, that what we call giants or whatever. That tech, if we thought of it, why couldn't our ancestors think of it? It's no different. But aliens, I don't know.
Okay, that example then, and what you were saying, London, about it was a bunch of monks. If me and that person, let's say me and you, London, we've been buddies for years, but I saw it, or in this case, you saw it, I would have to trust you or give you the benefit of the doubt what you said. That's all I'm going to do because I didn't see it, so I wouldn't. And then if I was explaining it to Charles now, he would say, Dominic, I know you, but you're saying that's what London did. He would have to, only thing he could apply his belief to it. That's all he could apply to it. Oh, okay. And then I said, okay, but if all of a sudden now you were able to download some information, such as you got into the spirit, say you started doing enough ayahuasca or weed or whatever, that's hence why it means going up into the spirit or downloading. So now at that point, you're going to say, okay, now I know of it. But you still don't know what the truth is. See, this is where people quickly go, everything is the truth. And the energy that I read when I hear people talk about the truth, they think that's the answer. So when we get information, written work, say now Charles and me decide we're going to write this stuff down and we're going to document all this stuff. So now later on, Charles reads what I interpret and what you interpret. It could be word for word. The only difference is London experienced it. He might even, and he observed it. I didn't. So when you take that information, you're going to be taken from one person that's written it down, so it's knowledgeable, but you're still just parroting their information when you repeat it to somebody else. And this is where people, when they say the word fact, okay, the word act gives it away. It's an action. So what most people are looking for is something in the unknown to manifest it down into the known. Once it's in the known, the physical, it's dumbed down. That's why when people get into the spirit and they're like, oh, I had all this kind of conversations. I was doing Reiki and all that. Okay, yes, but you're trying to use a language, afterthoughts, oral, to try to explain to the rest of us. When somebody tells me, I know a guy named Jesus or Jesus, Muhammad, Socrates, or whatever, I can only, for me personally, I can only apply a belief system to it. I don't know who these guys are, but if I ever met some of these characters, now I know of him. That's the limitation of knowledge. But I would have to ask questions. Okay, so Jesus, what does it mean by love thy neighbor? Socrates, what are you talking about? Knowledge, you shouldn't just be stuck with knowledge kind of ideal. That's me trying to inquire about things because I value the teachings. Regardless if it's full of crap, I'm still going to value the teaching because at least I can do discernment to it. A lot of people don't realize how lazy they are in their thinking, let alone their feelings. They don't challenge it enough. They'll challenge each other, and that helps a little bit if the other person is willing to challenge. So anyway, I went on, guys. I apologize.
That's so good.
Yeah, is one thing I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say about that, about the truth. You know, the lie and the truth is, you know, are both construct. You know, this is category that we build things on. You know, whether it's we think okay it's lie, it's a lie, or it's, you know, this shit is true. So everything laid back to truth, even the lie and the lie, even the lie that we use. So you know, you it, even by able to tell the lie, or even to recognize a lie, it's true. It's true that you recognize it. So
Again,
truth can be, you know, perception, but at the end of the day, there is a whole general conceptualization of what the truth is, or of what is true.
Hey, do you know what's you know what's wild when you're saying that, right? You know when people say stuff like, um, the truth will set you free, right? That's almost, I hear what they're saying, but that's just like a lie as well. A lie will set someone free. Like, say for instance, if we're in a relationship, right, you and your woman, and she lies, right, and you caught her lying, that will set you free, because just that
Mm-hmm.
one lie is all you're waiting for, is for you to walk away.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? Mm.
That's right.
well, especially when they get that information from a written work and revelation. So now we have to backtrack. So what was that? What was quoting? It's supposed to be some entity or creature on a white horse. So a white horse, and he's going to set you free. And then you have to start adding other information. What does it mean when they say be in the world but not of the world? Be in the vessel but not of the vessel. And what do they mean when they say rebirth? So maybe we keep doing the story over and over again. We don't have the ability if we want to leave here. Whatever here is to a person. And again, most people a lot of us, what we do is we quote things. It's like when people say, even when Naga said, the truth, it's a concept. No different when somebody says a God. Okay, what God are we talking about? Allah, the I am, the jealous God. Those are all concepts when we hear it. It's just when, it's when we start thinking, well, that's reality. It's the truth. Why? Because I went to church. Okay, so your God is small enough to go into a church, but yet we forget to praise him in the outside realm, this what we call the material. Those are just simple questions, but people quickly defend that. So, well, you don't understand what I'm saying. I said, the word understand gives it away. You're the one that has to understand, especially if they start tapping into the concept of the tree of life. There's wisdom and understanding. What are you under? Then you have to start probing esoteric stuff. I'm just sharing this out loud. You guys might already know this, but, just in case for the people that are, it's recorded. And it just gives them a moment of an aha, like, oh, I never thought of that. I said, yeah, because it never came across thoughts. When people say things like question things, what are things? They'll quickly go to the material part. I said things are thoughts, and you should be able to question thoughts from within, not just because you talk or you read it down. Those are afterthoughts. That's why I use the word afterthoughts. It's not mine to own, but I just pick it up. So now when a person realized that, I said, yeah, when you have a thought, are you thinking of harming another person? Well, yeah. Did you do it? No. Did you ask for forgiveness? Sure, you did. But if you do something physically and you harm another person, you can only repay an action with an action. This is where we start deviating. Now I'm talking about all the variations of indoctrination as we speak, how we think, how we feel. The word reason gives it away. Theory gives it away. It's all talking about the Son of God. But again, what is it then? Most of us are going to take it from a very conceptual or ideology kind of way. It's when you're trying to prove that, well, this is the answer. I said, I've given you half the parts. There's another 14 more parts, but you're going to try to figure out the whole by the 3 parts that I gave you. This is where the half full, half empty game continually runs this realm. Capitalism, communism, flat earth, globalists, Christians, Muslims. Duality, when you're living in a realm that's all infinite and you can have all kinds of different possibilities. Well, that's too much, Dom. Well, then why are you playing these games with everybody else? Anyway, sorry, guys.
Yeah, no, but I think the best thing to do is try to unlearn everything, man. Just come back into this realm with a fresh new set of, eyes, so to speak. And oh yeah, hold on, Don. Before I get off to track, what did you say a second ago? Something about um, what was it you said? Be of the vessel or something like that. What was that quote you said?
When people hear the term "be in the world but not of the world," again,
Okay,
we're looking
yeah.
through the eye of the beholder. What your vessel? It's your vessel that be in it but not of it. This goes back to love thy neighbor as thyself. Well, if you've never lived outside, then who's your neighbor? That vessel. It's its own intelligent.
All right, right there. You see when you said living, was it living in the world? Okay, basically, that I think they're trying to tell us something with that, right? When they were speaking about the creation of the world and where we live. Remember, the eye is called a vessel, right? The vessel is called the eye. So if we're talking about, are we living in the globe? And remember, the globe is the eye, and the eye is the globe. The medical term for the globe is the eye. So when they're speaking about, the vessel and stuff like that, my opinion, I think they could be speaking about the eye and living within it when they speak about live within the world or of the world or whatever, stuff like that.
True. Well done. Again, that's the ego. The word ego confirms it. It means the I. And the reason why don't be of it is because then we start forming attach. Now, here's the other word, mint. You're going to be attached to the mind, and the mind's job is to rule here. So that's why we have many words with the word mint in it. A Latin word for mind/man, men, the image of God. We're in forms. This is where they use the concept of abomination. You have one species splicing with another species. The offspring is what they might call an abomination. Now, where do they go? To the following ones? Are they this? Are they this? It goes back to, again, these are written stories where somebody's downloaded that information and some student figured, well, I'll write it down and realize how the next generation is just going to bastardize it. Where once you download and you realize, oh, okay, so when they talk about we're not against flesh and blood, but we're up against principalities. Who's the one that's speaking? Those are demons. We're not fighting against humans. We're fighting about things that rule this realm or above it. But people have a tough time pondering the possibility they could be part demon because they already have a connotation. It's bad. No, just take it for what it is. And how would a human being, sorry, how human, not a human being, a human be able to do all of this stuff, build bridges and build houses? Animals aren't doing that, not the way that we do it. So there must be something else interfering with all of this, which could be us, whoever the us is.
I mean, animals are doing it though. They ain't doing it in the way that we're doing it because they ain't us. But the things that we do, the basic things, they doing it too.
They're building trains. They're mimicking it. I won't deny that, Naga. They're mimicking it, but because the vessel, whoever designed this vessel, put a lot of thought behind it. It's like looking at a car. There's been a lot of effort behind the car, so there's a gradual process. No different with when they're doing transhumanism. There's a gradual progression, and then eventually, when we see the output of all that, oh, I didn't realize that we were the frog inside of the water. Yeah, but people will
Well, is
struggle.
well when we're talking, in these mental, physical state, we have to understand is no uh debate. The who is the vessel. Whenever we're talking about who create, anything physical, it's gotta be the vessel. We gotta start there first. The who can be beyond physical, right? If we're talking about who, it can't be beyond the physical.
Well, again, When you look at the two objects in the sky, are they physical? You're seeing it with your sights, but same with the clouds, same with the air, same with thoughts. They're in the unknown. So it's like water, it's shapeshift. It's not like as though humans say, okay, I've created all of this, I've created a cloud. They're manipulating it and they can duplicate it, but they didn't create it per se. So then there is something else beyond the human experience.
Yeah, and that thing is a what? It's not a who.
Okay, well, I'll go with that word. I'll go with that. Thanks, Nega. I'll go with that word. Again, we're using an English language. You can have many different interpretations for the same thing. It's not like other languages where it's more of a direct speech. But yes, I'll go with that, Nega. Sure, but it's not me to have to prove it to. But yes, thank you.
Yeah, I was just saying, once we get into who, we know we're talking about, something physical. We're talking about something related to the, to the vessel. But when we get into the what, okay, we know, okay, that's beyond, that can be beyond, even though it can be, physical, right? Talking, in terms of things, you know, uh, not people. But if we're talking about to
There's
a who, we know that who got a body or a vessel. So that's it.
lem- I wanted to quickly touch on this comment that I've seen down there. There is no physical without the spirit. I think maybe once upon a time you could have said that, but I think in this day and age now, I think you can have the physical possibly without the spirit. I think that's what they're trying to accomplish.
I'll change the word London. The physical gets animated when the spirit's there. Without that, then that's why we call what we call death. There's an end to something, but something else is transforming, but it's constantly there. So in this case, when our parents no longer are with us, they just move on. Some people call it, well, they're dead. I said, there's nothing animating that thing anymore. The illusion is for us, you see something move, so we call that alive. So therefore, is a car alive? Is a kite alive? It's moving. It's kind of like, what's the essence that fuels that? This is why they call it a human being having a human experience. All living beings within different forms. A tree is alive, but when we look at it, it's stationary, but it's alive, meaning that there's always growth going on. You just go underground, you go above it. Same with birds. But what we create, or in this case, make, it can last longer, like a car, it'll start rusting and all that. But then again, what are the molecules that does rust? Because it's been taken from this realm. It could be taken from somewhere else, another plane, maybe that's the better word, another plane.
Hey, hold on.
Well,
1 second. Can a dummy, how am I being dumb? Explain yourself.
Yeah, a robot exists with, and that's even tough because a robot's electricity is like our spirit, kind of, it's energy. But to me, a robot don't have a soul, or
yeah,
That's it.
a
it's like
robot,
in the human body, a robot. It's like,
a
but we're like a
robot.
biological robot.
The program, the
Oh,
thing that
you
programmed
know,
the robot, the thing that programmed the robot, the consciousness that programmed it, is the spirit.
I don't know. I've seen when I get into that, when it gets into that realm, I gotta kind of keep my mouth shut, because even when it comes to the spirit stuff and soul talk, I'm very minimal with it, because that's like in my opinion, I think that's like speaking about death before you even died. So
Okay.
I'm quite limited on that.
Okay, I'll break it down a little bit, Linus, and realize, and you might come to that awareness. You've always been in it. We don't see air, or most of us don't.
Mhm.
When you have a thought, do you see it? No, you'll quickly put it into a picture. So when somebody says, I'm going to describe something, you're not seeing what you're describing with the words you're using. So that's called the unknown, and some people might call it spirit. as a possibility. Some people may say, air travels through spirit. Again, this is where the concept of black and white comes in. The unknown and the known. The known is what some people call the light. I think Charles had a good depiction a while back on light is time. So when you look at the sun and the moon, you see almost like a clock. This is why some people use this realm as like a clock. So light could be a clock, and there's a time progression. A lot of movement going on. Again, movement. The word mint, always be aware when there's a word mint in it. Settlement, government, entertainment. That means the mind's involved. Not the brain, the mind. It's kind of like when we talk about AI. What's running that machine? AI. What's teaching those kids? AI. It's the same idea. All language is stored. That's why when people talk about soul contracts, meaning whatever you produce in this realm with your own realm stays here. You get deleted of all that information. That's not yours to keep. That's why when people say, well, I remember something, I said, yeah, because it was given to you. We're experiencing thoughts. We're experiencing the vessel. But for some people, if not a lot of people, they have words like, I own it. I said, well, then you should be able to prove it then. Okay, if you own the vessel, so where do you go when you go to sleep? Where do you go when you were in a coma? Where did you go when you went into hypnosis? Well, I was still there. I said, now the question is, who are you then? These are the questions a lot of people just don't pose to themselves because they've already been indoctrinated by their parents that have been indoctrinated, by the schooling system that's been indoctrinated, and then they just only look at the media and the TV and all that. Those are just variations of programs. But your program's already been there. Son, you're a man. Son, you're a dark-skinned man. You're this. Now, next thing you know, you're having all these programs, but you never question them. What do you mean I'm black, Dad? I don't know what I mean. What you mean saying I'm white? Why? Because I'm looking at the telephone. I associate as that as black. Well, that's what we just say. It's like we say Christmas. Why do we have the Christmas? Those are the philosophy questions now when you start asking why. The hows is scientific. Again, I'm just using words to explain it. That's why in English, it's a very cumbersome language, especially when you start reading the energies from the English language. Then you're like, holy fuck, I can see now why those things never line up. It's like when people say conspiracy theory, how easy it is to program a whole bunch of people, say, listen, the word conspiracy, everything's conspired with. But is it theoretical? Is it factual? Is it agenda? Because whoever they are, I'm going to use the word they, the groups of people, they're doing an agenda. They're allowing everybody else to entertain themselves with facts and theories. Well, I can prove it. What are you going to prove? I'm going to prove everybody's wrong. Well, then you also then have to explain everybody's right. And why limit to yourself to right and wrong? Why don't you go right and left? Because I'm looking for directions. I'm not looking for being a pompous person thinking there's right or wrong. Right just means in that equation, I'm using my red hemisphere. Wrong mean I'm not going to use my left hemisphere. Now, I could be, once again, full of crap, but are people willing to entertain within themselves first? Because I'm not living outside. Just because I see a car and I decide to walk over there, I'm still here. I'm giving the illusion that I'm going to the car and I'm going to go inside the car. So now I'm just doing a Russian doll thing. I'm going within a vessel, within another vessel. And we reinforce it the way we talk, because then people start using their imagination and then say, well, yeah, I've been to Italy. I said, who's been to Italy? And what are we talking about? Are we talking about some country that they gave a name to it? Whoever did.
Piece of land in a certain area.
Yeah. And what holds all that water that by far is more superior than the land from actually going over to land? Now we're talking about laws. Again, we're using acronyms of fours as are being given to us.
Yeah, right. We're just willing to go along with all the shit. Other people named everything for us and everything.
We've been given everything, Charles. It's just, do we want to learn it? Do you want to learn how to be a farmer? Do you want to learn how to be a hunter? Do you want to know how to play with languages? And then you got to factor in the ages that we're in, the luminaries. This is like a big block. Go ahead, Charles.
I just want to be me. I just want to have my own experience.
It's really
instead of seeing it through other people's eyes. My bad. Go ahead.
It's really nothing beyond the waters. It's waters above and water below. We say as above, so below. We're talking about, the waters above and the water below. Is nothing beyond the waters. The voice of God was hovering above the waters. The waters was already there. But God didn't create the waters. God is, the voice of God is the voice of the waters.
But I want to
So
know who is God. That's my problem. Who is God and what's this energy?
what I'm, that's what I'm saying. The waters is nothing beyond the waters. Nothing create or contain the waters. It can't withstand the pressure. Because the more you contain, the more the water is, the more pressure it builds. So water is uncontainable. It's nothing beyond that. There is no story, books, or anything talk about beyond the waters.
The real waters is in the womb.
Water is everywhere. You can't open a coconut and get water in it. Where did that water come from? How did that water get in there?
Waters of the womb. And all water could be sacred because water is needed in the process of life.
I had somebody once tell me,
People
and I
talk
love the
about
word.
anywhere there is water, there is life. So water bring life.
Charles Nag, I had
But
a buddy, I had a person one time tell me, and just to make it humorous, he goes, when we're talking about air, he goes, "You're talking about skinny water." I said, "Yeah, that's a good word." So again, like when Naga said, it's everywhere. It's shape shifting. I'm going to use the word shape shifting. Now we also see the earth, dry land, absence of water. But again, it's all encompassing how it serves, and how you interpret it,
yeah,
how you perceive it. You know,
I'm I'm going through the absence of water right now, sweating in the sun.
hmm
Now, if you're sweating, you can't be.
that's true.
It can't be. It can't be absence of water. What is the sweat?
Yeah, because your body's using the water like fuel. It's evaporating from the heat of the sun. So if you
Now,
don't use the
if you
water,
sweat,
you're
if you
drying up.
if you're sweating, you
Like,
basically a source of water right now.
hmm
You basically producing water out of thin air, bro. Like,
hmm Thin air. What's the
I
word?
might
Thin air.
might agree with that. I've been looking into that. Like somebody said that the body already pulls water out of the air, the atmosphere, whatever. How true it is, I don't know, but it's pretty interesting if that's the case.
But you hear what
Because that
Naga
makes
said it.
the
Thin
body
air.
even more of a piece.
yeah, I don't think there is such thing as the absence of water. I think water can go. The level can rise, and the level can be low. You know, so I think sometimes water goes so low, deep in the ground. We have to dig a lot deeper to get to the water. Than
So
if the level of the water was to rise. To a
if
certain level.
if the body's creating water out of thin air, then why the fuck do we get dehydrated and about to collapse because we need water? Your mouth's drying out, your body's sweating to death, pulling all that, letting all the water out. We should have like an air conditioner, a built-in cooling system.
hmm
Yeah, I think it's more of
No?
toxin your body's letting out. It's not just the water. It's the comes out in toxic forms. It's not like water where
Yeah.
you can, recycle it back into yourself.
I
But we
mean,
also,
you can, because you can, but is that you will have to basically that same water, you will have to try to drink it. That same sweat, you will have to collect it, in a way where you have to. It will have to be some whole recycling thing. Like you will have to sweat, drink your sweat, kind of like how people talk about that urine therapy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
you're
It's a
right about that. 'Cause that's why people go to sweat houses and they sweat the body out to get the toxins out.
hmm
Yeah, that's correct.
Well, we have terms like as above, so below. So I can use it as pressurized air above and pressurized air below. Hence why I heard Naga say thin air. Now, whatever those other things are, now we can start talking about magnetics. There could be a magnetic below us. The Earth is just in the middle, and it's for whatever reason, whoever or whatever created it made it so that when we're in these vessels, we can obtain air and all that here. Once you start going too high, you have to use some sort of device to actually be able to do that. That's why when people go up to high into mountains, they have to adapt themselves every so many kilometers or miles or feet in this case. And it's the same thing when you start going low below the water. So, but there's a perfect chemistry going on where we can breathe the air here. But once the clouds start pressurizing and coming down, for some people, they're affected more than others. So again, water does a lot of shape shifting, but what's in water? It could be air. Again, we're using words because we see constantly what we call water, but yet we don't see air. We see its effects, a leaf moving. That's where the cause and effect can sometimes become very erroneous because you don't see the cause. You'll just see its effect and side effects. If we're
We
going to
also
use the
know we also know there is oxygen in the water too. That's how the fish able to to breathe from underwater.
hmm So it's a good chance that in this case, air is a carrier. That's why when people do things like gold or blood and all that, it's a carrier, it's a conduit. So you can actually get more information, or in this case, you can breathe more. So again, these are all liquids, you know, and
The,
they can change.
the next thing it would it be light. Is there is light in the water? No. If there is light in the water, there is oxygen, there is air.
Mhm.
We can see okay how water produce life. We can start get into it, but how do we prove there is light in water?
Well, you could break it down what some of us would perceive what light is. And again, it's one of those things. Most of us can't go really deep under the ground without an aid of something to go over top of the suit that we're already in, and vice versa. To go up high, there's only so much we can do. So that opens up a whole bunch of inquiries. Why is it kind of heat here when we're on the ground, but yet when you go high enough, it becomes colder? So what polarity is affecting when as I get further, and vice versa? If you start going lower, what polarity is going on? I'm using the idea that it's electricity and magnetic going on here.
I think it's more of the fact that the surroundings around us, they absorb the heat.
Mm.
Just like when I go to when I've been to Croatia sometimes, there's a certain place where I go, um it gets real hot, right? Because the tiles and the floor that it has, it stores the heat within the floor, right?
hmm I'm with
It
you on
stores
that.
the heat. So it's just like if I'm up in the sky, there's nothing to store it. You understand? It's just passing through the atmosphere. It's not
hmm
like, yeah, if you understand.
Some people I've met guys from Barbados, and they say what they usually do is they get a big enough, like a back of a truck mirror or whatever, and they'll put it and face it towards the sun, and then the laser that goes through the sun, and they'll put a rock in their pool or whatever, and it'll start heating everything. And he says you got to be careful what kind of rock you use because it'll explode. So now we're talking about laser technology. So the boys in Jamaica and Barbados grasp it at a young age. Probably the forefathers taught them. It goes, yeah. So again, that opens the question: what are those things up in the sky? Is the moon some big satellite dish? Because you never see any of the air balloons, the satellite balloons, going across in this case, across the moon. And why does the moon shift the way it does compared to the sun? These are the questions that a lot of people can start sharing, opposed to just trying to prove a simple inquiry: is the Earth disk? Is it because if it's a disk and we're inside of something, we'll call it round. Then that'll explain a little bit about when they talk about sea level. And also it can also explain how the seasons work. But a simple inquiry would be to see what's here and look up there. There's nothing here, and I've never been high enough, so the journey should continue. And if a person's seeking, but unfortunately, a lot of people. That's why they do Christianity and Muslims. They're looking for answers. How does one answer solve every moment that you're ever going to exist in this life? That's how we stunt ourselves, by going into these groups and then figuring. But I got to prove it. I'm like, okay, tell me when you're done. Why? Because that bus left a long time ago. We're already on the fifth bus. We're on a train. We're even on a plane now. And then, of course, they'll get defensive and then they'll start arguing. I said, I hope you did that with yourself, because for me, I'll gladly hear you.
But to me, ain't no doubt. The stars, the sun, the moon are light. Now, are they pure light? Or some type of man-made light?
Hmm.
Right? That's a different story. But it's no debate that they are light.
Yeah, from the visual, there'll be lights. When most people are trying to figure out what they are, other people say, fuck it, I'm just going to understand the signs. And that's why the old days, they used to have very few. You would want to find out in your community who's a seeker, who's a watcher, who's a mystic, whatever, because we need to know when to plant our crops. The elites do the same thing. When can we start moving this digital currency? We got to know what the luminaries are trying to tell us. All wars have already been predicted in the luminaries. It's just now you act them out. So to know what those things are, it's like, okay, but I want to know what they can do. So why do they want to know where the sun and the moon is? Why is Pluto now going into Aquarius, as Aquarius is coming into this age? Why? Because it's the end of humanity, the human experience. We're moving on. We're going into this technology. We're willingly using the technology. We're getting all the programs ready. AI is when you finally have something like a cat that's no longer like a cat, and it doesn't have to die as much or sooner. And most people will gladly buy into that system. What do you mean I don't have to age anymore? Oh, that's the new technology. What do you mean I don't have to see my parents suffer anymore? It's an easy sell. That's why they openly talk among themselves transhumanism and metaphysical. We just parrot the information, but never stop and say, what does it mean, metaphysical, beyond the physical? What does transhuman mean? Training, we're moving to beyond it. We're moving from humanity to something else.
No, that's a good marketing skills. But that's I don't think that's something that they've proved in the past, and as they claim, is nothing new under the sun. So I don't think out of nowhere they're just going bringing something that never brought up, you know never been brought up before.
Well, nothing new under the sun just means that humans are always going to try to, even though human never changes, but they're going to look for some sort of outside sources, but it'll never be satisfied. If I'm going to say the programs don't work, then you have to understand a little bit. Well, why is one country speaking a certain language? They have a certain different kind of economics. Why is there Bollywood opposed to Asia? That's a person living in their own bubble, not realizing it's beyond nationalism. So these programs are always constant. Always. The language we're using is validating it. How did you learn a language? You weren't born with it. So you got conditioned, hence program. Programmable, that's the masculine energy. Most people are stuck in their masculine energy. You have to be in your feminine energy if you're looking for wisdom. You want to be programmable? Yeah, you just keep playing with your hemispheres, your scholarly and scribe abilities, which is fine. But we're talking about, we're using an old technology called the written word. In this age, if this was around back in those days, they would never did written work. It's too cumbersome. The fact that you have to read left to right, up and down to up, and then of course people take old kinds of teachings and they've manipulated it with different languages, meaning that when you write it thinking that, oh, I'm doing the truth. No, that's the form of manipulation. So I get what you're saying, Naga, marketing, but we already are consumers. We consume food, so it's not a difficult sell. But what they're trying to do is they're trying to split all the different programs, hence divide
Yeah,
and
but that's
conquer.
yeah, but what I'm saying, there are ways, come with a good marketing, advertisement, and when you see the product, it's never what you expect it to be. So I'm saying it's good. It's a good marketing skills. Having us thinking that we're moving on from being human beings, into some type of artificial technology is just what got them, to the end of all these great civilization they had in the past.
Well, you're selling. A lot of times, what they're selling to sell to a practical person is one thing. Selling to a person that's using their imagination is what most people get caught up in. And then, of course, when they're marketing things, especially watching on TV, there's all that other subtle stuff. They have the background music playing on it. They got the flares from all that. All that is another variations of program. It'll be different if you were in a schooling system and you were locked up in one room and then everything's dark and then they're trying to program you. They're counting on there's a chalkboard, they have that globe in the background, they have you in a certain chair and all that. That's all going on. This is not about seeing either or. This is beyond this. So now in that case, that program and the person said, well, it's not exactly what I thought it was. I said, do you actually think about everything? Do you actually see what their intentions are? What's my intention? Why did I bring this device into my house? And now they're actually trying to sell me something that I've already bought something else with. This is when, I'm just using this word, Naga, the Zen mind, the beginner mind. You have to be that like childlike mind. But for most people, don't realize, how do I get out of that? And I think in London, you said that you almost have to delete a lot of things, or at least be indifference to it. But it's when we start thinking it's right or wrong, likes or dislike, agree or disagree. I said, well, at that point, they got you in the game. You're not willing to question things, especially when you do. You already have categories for it. Well, these goes into all my likes. I said, well, in that moment, it might serve, and the next moment, it might not serve.
You know what, as well, I feel like with some people, right, they have to be kind of like. Sorry, mic check. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good now.
Okay, thank you. With some people, I feel like they have to be shown the whole picture, right, until they actually see what's going on. But for most of us that's really been out here, it started from like, just being in school, and some of the stuff that they presented to us just didn't sit right. And I feel like most of us had been asking questions for when we was in school, right? But we wasn't like asking the teacher, we was asking ourselves. Like I remember being in science or whatever, and they told us a few things. I've gone back home and they mentioned a few things about the planets and the stars, and I remember sitting down in my room visualizing the rocket taking off from the earth, right, going into space. But then I'm sitting back thinking, but the earth's round. Like how would it land back on another continent if continents are underneath us? So it starts with the little things that we was questioning, right? So I feel like once we question little things within our mind, it builds up a wall. It builds up a little wall within our mind, right? Where we just question things. We don't just let things sit in our mind and marinate there. I feel like a lot of people have sat down and let things just take over their mind. So there's no like mental barrier built up within the wall, within the mind.
At that point, because you're using the word things, so most people are going to say, okay, well, I have to question things, and then they quickly deviate from that, and they'll question another programmer, in this case, the teacher. They'll program their parents, another program. They'll argue with each other, more programs, where things are thoughts. And if you receive a thought, somebody told you it's a flat earth or a globe or whatever, then you have to go inwards. Now you can use things like marijuana, ayahuasca, you can go into meditation. Then at that point, you're going to ask, prayer, inquire. You're going to go into a state of peace, silence. Then you're going to go into meditation, listen. We're not listening to each other, we're hearing each other. When you listen, you're listening from within. There's a program running within the program, hence the word subconscious. Once you go inwards and say, interesting. And then it might even tell you, you're not ready yet. So well done, but you're not ready yet. Why? Because there's other programs running at the same time. It's kind of like the hard drive opposed to the ongoing program. Most people, once they wake up, they're in their senses, that's what they're arguing with. It's a very limitation. But then they'll try to justify it, and this is where it goes. You tell people enough things, and they're going to think it's the truth. It's just another variations of being misled. But if you do know what the truth is, then therefore you must know all the variations of a deception then. Most people do the pointing the finger out. This is back to the Adam and Eve story. Everybody's pointing finger. Well, you lied to me. I said, no, you did that quite well on your own. What do you mean? You didn't do the investigation from within. They're going to feed us all kinds of information, and we're all going to participate in it. That's the irony. We all participate in it. Our parents are going to tell us stories because their parents told them a story. It'd be different if you said, okay, well, nobody ever told me that Santa Claus is not real. Oh, no, we figured out later on. Our parents finally told, it was just a story. I said, you mean you told me a story and you never told me how the story came to be? Most people quickly say they lied to you. I said, well, then isn't everybody lying to you then at that point? If they're lying to themselves, therefore, that's the only thing they can actually share with you. But it's easy to say the word truth. It's easy to say the word God. God bless you. I say, have you met the character? Well, no. So then why are you telling me that you're speaking on his behalf? Again, these are more stories. I use the word story. Other people could say the word reality. They could say whatever they want at that point, because that's what they're trying to get, a point. So when I hear people talk about, question things, I say, what are things to you? Thoughts. Question them. Don't question other people, because who knows how they handle those thoughts.
And that's the thing. That's the thing, is that everybody trying to get their point across instead of getting instead of just to express themselves. People are just trying to get to the point, straight to the point, right across.
Sorry to cut you like real quick. Even what Dom just said, you got a question thing, but from youngins, we're taught just to obey. We're not really taught to question things. We're just taught to say yes, sir, 3 bags full, and obey.
Mm-hmm.
So the minute we get to like questioning things, we get taken for a ride. Really, they say we don't understand because we're questioning things.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you on that. For me, London, my biggest frustration is I give everybody the benefit of the doubt that they've already done the work. And once I start talking, I'm like, fuck, I've spent 2 hours listening to one gold nugget. What the fuck? I thought people were actually doing the work, and we're all working together as a community to question the things that we're in, opposed to proving points. Anybody can convince anybody. You put a gun behind somebody's head, they'll tell you whatever the fuck you want to hear. It's easy to get that, but it's when people start realizing, are you the behavior? Are you the personality? Why? Because those are masks and the other ones are program. I thought with this age of information, everybody would at least take that information and start juggling with it. But everybody's so quick. Well, not everybody. That's overgeneralization. Where a lot of people are just thinking, well, I have the answer. To what? What do you have the answer to? Let me entertain it. I don't give a shit if you're 30 years old, 80 years old. You're going to show in a short period of time you're a child still, because we're all children still. You have a very childlike approach to things. Now, this
go
ahead, Naka.
I think, to ask question, a child gonna ask question regardless. I don't think that, a child need to be taught to ask question. I think the only thing that could have been taught as a that could have been you could have learned as a child, is how not to ask question, is when not to ask question, but I think it was natural for you to ask question because everything was just foreign to you. It's not like you weren't conscious, you didn't know nothing. It's just that you didn't know what things is and mean to be, in this realm that we call Earth. So you was asking questions, as a child. What is this? Why is this is that? Okay, how is this? If this is that, then why is this is that? So all we do was asking questions, Oh man, my parents, my people didn't really have me asking questions.
I agree with that, but that's like when you're outside of the construct, right? The school systems and everything. When you're like from age of 2 to 3, 4, you can ask these questions when you're with mom and daddy. But once they give you to the other authority, that's when those questions stop. You got to obey. It's only until you come back home and then you're like, hey, mom, what does this mean? Or dad, what does this mean? I got taught. And then you understand that's when the pushback starts to play with the game.
Well, I think what happens sometimes, London, where there's a Zen teaching where they talk about the first 13 years, the parents should at least be monitoring the child to find out what gifts it's been bestowed upon them, and then you can harness that. The child that's usually in that child years between 7 and 14, they're going to ask, or even the terrible two, all that, when there's a lot of whys. These are beings coming back into a form, asking a bunch of questions. It will show whether or not the parent and the community that raises that child, whether or not they've stayed true. Now, if a person's already been programmed so well, in this case, a parent thinking, well, yeah, I'm going to send them to school. I said, are you asking the teachers who they are and what they stand for? No. I said, so you're doing more things called neglect. Well, Dom, I'm with my child all the time. I said, no, that's a different type of neglect. So now at that point, if that's been missed, same with the physical development years, now you have a child that's easy pickings. That's why they say, give me the child for the first 7 years. I'll show you the men. Why? Because if you're underdeveloped physically, you're going to follow all these programs. So now, for most people, when they argue with each other, they're showing that they're not developed in their childbearing years, their emotional years. If you're going to accept the sweet parts of it, this existence, you should be able to accept the negative parts. In this case, the sour parts. So now, and the thing is, what builds more muscle, resistance or attachments? It's resistance. So now at that point, when I say a childlike, most people think just because they're physically an adult, but they're still acting very childlike, meaning that they haven't developed their emotions. Now, the mental capacity, that's a different one, but if you don't got those first two other things working, then that other part's going to be affected. So when a parent asks, a child says, Dad, why do we do this? Well, son, then they go inwards and say, okay, let me find the right person to give you that lead, because they don't know what that child is. This is why tribal people used to give elusive drugs to certain children to find out what gifts that they have. But of course, we're in civilization. We're all like little sheep herders here. Sorry for offending the sheeps, but as humans, we're all programmed. And you're allowed to question the program, but to complain about it doesn't give you a better insight on how the program works. This is why when people say, "Oh, I don't agree with the system," I said, "Do you understand it?" Well, I
No,
don't
I
know.
think the men, it might be a little hard for the men to know if they're not close to the kids, but the mamas be knowing. That's why most of the kids that's turned out to be gay, or you know go with the same sex, the mothers already know about that, and the mama keep on telling them, is did you tell your daddy yet? Did you tell your daddy yet? Or whatever the case may be. So a lot of time is certain things, you know, that you like to do as a kid, that's in you. Even though I'm not saying that, that being going out with the same sex is something that's in you. I think that's something that they put on you, but I don't think that's something that's in a kid. But I'm just saying in general, your parents already know certain things that you like, or you get into. Your mothers know about it, and if your mother have good communication skill with your daddy, your daddy gonna know about it. And it's basically how they approach you about the situation. Some parents, they ignore your talent, your gifts and all that. Not the fact that they don't know that, they just you know choose not to be responsible for that. you know they're not, no, ain't no parents going, towards thinking about that. Oh damn, my son like playing with guns, so let me put him in the army. you know oh damn, my son like to play football, let me put him, make sure he go to training and shit so he could get to the NFL. Or he like playing basketball. Parents don't think like that. At least, my people, them, they're thinking about that. Man, I gotta go to work. I gotta go do this. I gotta do that. They ain't got time to be with me like that. So I kind of raised myself for real. So
So
I
I
wish a
guess
lot of my friends grew up the same way.
so. Nick, I'll give the example about you're talking about gay. I'll use the example for myself. I remember when I experimented years ago being a vegetarian. I would have my buddies ask me questions on why you're a vegetarian. I know enough to ask them. I said, "Are you planning on being a vegetarian?" They said, "No." I said, "What diet do you have?" Well, Dom, I'm a meat eater. Wouldn't it serve you more to understand why you're a meat eater? Are you eating wild game or domestic game? So now, when somebody talks about other people, their kids wanting to be gay or whatever, the question is more for a man or a woman. Why are you a male? So in this particular case, is water masculine or feminine? Is the air masculine or feminine? Again, that's programs thinking this because you have certain parts. Now, it'd be easier to explain oneself, I'm a man, and then they can explain why I'm a man. To try to understand or denounce somebody else for why they choose their sexual preference, waste of energy, does not serve you in any way. And if you think your kids are choosing to be that way, then it questions the parent. Are you there to guide your children or fucking manipulate them like most people do on a regular basis? Because I'm the kind of guy who will tell any parent, did you teach your kids how to breathe? No. Did you teach your kids how to digest their food once they eat their food? No. I said, then what the fuck are you doing to teach them? Guide them. Don't manipulate them. I know buddies
Yeah,
that
but
are, well,
that
you're saying but.
most people would tell you, when you question them on the things they do, what they stand for, they tell you they don't know. They ain't trying to.
Good
It's the
start.
people that trying to, sound smart. They're trying to act like they know everything.
Good start.
You know, that don't know how to say they don't know. But
No.
you know, people that do things, you know, a certain way in real life, you ask them, they'll straight up tell you, man, listen, I don't even know. But I feel like, you know, I gotta do this, you know, or now I gotta do what I gotta do. People just, you know, they be straight up with you.
Okay, that's a
For
good
real.
start, Naga, because if somebody says with all humbleness, I don't know, I said, great start. Why? How would you go about knowing things? Now, the other characters, I said, Dominic, I know things. I said, great. So now how are we going to apply discernment to it? Because knowledge is the child. To know shit, I can know everything in this realm. Doesn't mean I know how to apply it. So again, this is where it's a good start. The know-it-alls, hear them, entertain yourself. But if they go across and they're saying, I know the truth, I'm like, okay, now you're entertaining me. Go ahead, please share. Because I'll gladly hear people because I'm always listening from within. So, but it's the one that says, I don't know. But let's say you do know now. How are you going to apply discernment? And the reason why you would apply discernment, because now you understand you. No sense of trying to have discernment if you don't understand you. I know I can be an idiot in some moments, but I choose to do that. I do that because I act. I can also be kind if I choose to. Where most people think, well, that's all I am. I said, you actually think you're the behavior? I guess you're the kind of person that you think you're the vessel. Because if you are, then you can play with the birth certificate. You're not those things. And if you think just because you have a wee-wee or you have a Volvo, that's for reproduction purposes. Regardless if you want to treat it as pleasure, and even that pleasure will give you attachments. Again, this is when you start expanding yourself and start playing with little childlike games. I'm still a child. I don't mind doing this, and it fucking frustrates me to know when to play this game because I know most people are going to try to attack what I have to say. I said, now that's a game. Why? Because you're self-absorbed, making it about me. How interesting. How does that serve you? Especially when you never left that vessel. This is why I say people, when I hear people talking about the color of their skin and they're not saying I'm dark skin or light skin, I said they've got you fucking wrapped around that program. More labels, giving us more labels. But yet, it'd be different if they tell me I'm not interested in being a sovereign being. Okay, no problem. I'm not interested in getting out of this realm. Okay, no problem. But the ones that are here wanting to talk that way, at that point, then why are you here? Why did you jump into that vessel? That's a question for them to inquire because I want to have those kind of conversations, preferably private. But when I do have private conversation, it goes to a certain point. But publicly, fuck, people get so quickly with their defense and attack mortality. And how does that serve them? I'm the one that will encourage people, be rationally selfish, not fucking just selfish.
Most of the time, people don't know things is because they don't wanna know or they're not interested enough to wanna know. You know what I'm saying?
Which is true, Naga. We're not going to the mall forcing people. I'm talking the fact that people coming to these channels and when there's a certain topic, talk about spiritual material and all that, or the shape of the earth and all that, outside of just being pure entertainment, let's engage in a conversation that we can work together. I don't mind debating people if there's a progression in it. But if we're debating just to prove a point, that's wasted energy.
Yeah, that's why you know people would I was saying that most people would tell you they don't know, you know, in real life situation because people, you know, don't they ain't trying to waste their time trying to, you know, explain to you or whatever the case may be because they themselves don't even wanna think or wanna know about why they're doing the thing they're doing. Because if they wanted to know, they would have put some thought to it. Now they would have known, they would have think they know why they do it, you know, but they think wrong. Now that's a good start, you know to think about it. You know what I'm saying? You just thought about it wrong. Like if I know I gotta get to Florida, right? I need to get me a plane ticket or I need to get in my car to drive. I need to know which highway I'm taking and all that. You know, now if I got on the wrong highway, at least I know what to do, but I just did it wrong. That's
Maybe.
a good start.
It could be wrong. Again, it's one of those things. If a person says, I had a thought, that's great. As far as the right and wrong, that's just more programmed. So when somebody says they don't know, I'll give that example. They don't know, but then they quickly get into defense and attack mode. I said, now you're wasting energy. Why? Because it's like when somebody says to me, Dom, I don't understand what you're saying, but I disagree with it. I said, do you realize you're just giving me an oxymoron statement? Why? Because if you don't understand me, which is that's not your responsibility anyway. It's my responsibility. That's why I tell my buddies, I don't give a flying fuck who you are. Why? You're the one that's living in that vessel, not me. But if you want to share out loud, I'll gladly hear you. And that is what respect is. When you hear another human being, by telling me you fucking agree or disagree, that's the ego talking. And at that point, that's fine. Now I could be way off the way I say it and how I said it. but it's still their responsibility unless they're just reacting. So at that point, when somebody tells me right or wrong, I said, I need directions. I'm not concerned about if you give me a direction, it's not favorable. I'll just look at that as an adventure. This is where people think they got to be perfect. Good fucking luck with that noise. Perfect. And how are you going to live a perfect? Go ahead, Naga.
The ego can be talking, but can be the one talking and still be right. Like, if Floyd Mayweather, say he's 52-0, he's the best, you know, uh, boxer, in his weight class. You know what I'm saying? That's his ego talking, but he's right. He's 52-0. You know what I'm saying? He's the best boxer in his weight class. So, the ego can be, you know, s- speaking and still be right.
So who's more important? The guy that's 52-0, or all his opponents and the fans and somebody created the ring and all that? Again, that's the ego thinking that they're so fucking significant because they're 52-0. Everything else is included in that equation. Again, that's the ego out of whack. You're not 52-0, and if you are 52-0, what? Did you create that sport? Michael Jordan needs other people. Somebody needs to create the court. Somebody needs to be their opponents. Again, we're not an island by ourselves, and if you did, then my question, why the fuck you with the rest of us then? Go take your chance with nature. Then you'll see how quickly you're going to be interdependent with them. Animals aren't going to look at you differently. Oh, okay, well, Dominic and Naga. No. Again, this is where people have to learn to humble themselves.
Yeah, but concept is everything, though, and context is concept. Concept and context is key.
It
So
is. It is,
I
Naga.
said, if he said that, he's 52-0, he's the best boxer in his weight class, he's being very specific. You know, if nobody in his weight class can step up to him, and beat him, you know what I'm saying? So, his statement, his truth is correct. That's why I was saying that the ego can be, speaking and still be right based on the context, or the concept,
Okay, so how does it, in this case, me and you chilling, and somebody we know that's 52-0? How does it serve me and you to tell that somebody else 52-0? How does it serve for his child or his mother 52-0, 52-0? How does it serve him? Again, this is once again where we're projecting what we think are likes or dislikes, where it doesn't serve me at all to know somebody's 52-0. Unless I'm actually betting on something and somebody says, I'm betting on the fact that the guy's going to go 53-0. I said, well, then it's about me still. Again, this is where
Well,
people
but
become. Go ahead.
yeah, if he went to the church and stay and make a statement like that, now the people in the church need to question themselves. How did that serve them? But if you're talking, in a boxing, event, if he says it in a boxing event, then the people in there, either interested in boxing, or they got somebody, that interested in boxing, so it helped them with boxing.
You
Because
can't.
that statement, was strictly boxing. He's 52-0. That is great. You know what I'm saying? So if I'm trying to be 52-0, you know what I'm saying? So I need to, trying to, get more about him. That's how it helped me. It helped me put me in a place that, okay, I need to go watch some videos about. Let me go first and get some quick highlights about him.
Okay.
I see the highlights now, so I'm about to get into the training.
Okay.
You
So
know,
Naga,
so
if somebody was 52 and 49, but they're still the world champion, how would people perceive it differently? When people hear the word 52-0, they think it's perfect. They're projecting their perception of it. A person could be at the world champion. He could be 52-80.
I'm the universal champ.
Here you go. Well done, Charles. Again, it's all a play on how people perceive when they hear things. When people hear, oh, it's kind of like winning and losing. Most people put more value on the concept of winning and not appreciate lose. But if you're there just to observe the game, then you can play anybody. Again, that's when you don't put value on outcomes. And this is where you can start talking about concept. But when people think there has to be a winner or a loser in any kind of interaction, then that's where it goes south. If one person's the winner and everybody else is loser, then we all lose. If everybody loses, then we all lose. Again, it's the benefit for all of us, not just the few. This is what people struggle about when they hear about certain people that are really rich. Well, then what about the rest of the people that are really poor? Those are the conversations you should be having, not just about, well, I want to be rich. I said, so you want to leave the community, but you don't want to help the community. How interesting that is. And most people would sell out with the snap of a finger. because they value more fiat currency, because that's that program that's running, than they do about helping their humankind, or whatever you want to call it, human race. And they might give the illusion based on the color of their skin and their gender, but push come to shove, somebody add a couple extra zero after that one will say, I read your energy. You're going to tell me that you wouldn't sell out, but fuck, your energy tell me otherwise.
Yeah, but
Well, thank God I have the community I live in. I don't consider it my community, but communities are gone. I couldn't tell you. Well, all my neighbors are gone, but yeah, I don't know any of my neighbors. People aren't neighborly anymore. Most of them. Let me rephrase that. Most people, at least where I live, are not neighborly.
Look, at the end of the day, in a competitive world, only the winners is well respected. Ain't no place for the losers. The losers just in it, just participate in it. But it's not about them. Ain't nobody come to watch people lose in a competition. Nobody do that.
But
Everybody
there's a lot to be learned from it, Naga. You learn more from your folly than you do actually from your success. And again, Charles, if we were neighborly and we were sharing with each other, things like online live wouldn't have succeeded. The fact that we're all coming to these kind of channels is showing that the community is broken down. The family can only be as strong as the community. So for most people, and that's why they purposely did let's increase all the price housing throughout the world. Why? Because they're counting on people being greedy. That's all strategized. People say, yeah, and how many people will gladly sell their house for way beyond the market value? Why? Because most people aren't willing to do an investment of a community. They want their bucks. Again, these are easy things to read if you really go inwards. But the outside world, when you wake up in the morning, that's it. Bang, you're in this fucking state. And it's a sleepy state. Anything you say, you should be able to question. Not me. I'm no interest to other people. I always find that interesting when people try to make it about me, let alone others. I'm like, fuck, how does that serve you? Trying to prove a point? And I could just use an example. You think this is a boxing match? Fuck, you put a gun in the fucking ring, you'll see a different fucking kind of game. Those are rules. You got to follow rules when you're in the ring. The outcome is what? How does that serve to be 52 and old? So they can get more bling bling? That's what most people are doing. That's an anchoring system. You have to go wider with these projections. If you're going to actually have all these different indoctrination, you got to go wider beyond that.
I mean, if you're gonna ask how does it serve him, it makes him a champ. That's what it do. It serves him by making him a champion. You know what I'm saying? With many different belts. And if you're gonna ask how does it ask somebody else somebody else, well, if they wanna have, if they wanna be a champion and have many belts, then they're going to study his training. Study his video. That's why the boxers do that. When they're about to fight each other, they study each other tape. The basketball players, they do that. The basketball team, when they're about to play each other, they watch each other's tape. They gotta know what they're working with. So, like I said, so it helped the person, with the record, and it helps somebody that's trying to achieve that type of record. The statement, but it's specific though. It's being specific to to a specific category. When it comes to boxing, and and again, even in the boxing, you're dealing with the weight class. So that's why I was saying, concept and context is key.
True.
And that's why
it is helping the person, the persona. It's helping the mask. Not who we are, but yeah, I get it. Naga, I'm hearing what you're saying. I get the concept, and it's usually great for people that are willing to actually go on that kind of fool's journey. But if a person is not willing to go on a fool's journey, this is wasted energy for them, and even the person that's actually trying to share it.
Yeah, I agree. People, you should, if you want to box, you should surround yourself with boxers, and trainers. If you want to be, a basketball player, you surround yourself, with coaches, and basketball players, So, keep yourself, stay close to the court. You know what I'm saying? So it's the same thing with, whatever, you want to you know, do in this life. You know, surround yourself with people that, you know,
For the
it's
people that
about
want to
this.
be boxers and basketball players, yes. But for us talking about it, that's where I'm going with it. Us talking about it. Do we have a child that actually has an aspiration to become a boxer or a basketball player? And are we going to be the kind of parent to realize, I wonder why they're paying athletes so much money? Because they're trying to drive you into a certain market. Yeah, but and then they can talk about all their settlements. I'll have a house. I can pay for my parents. I can be drafted number one. Like, how many people would truly appreciate working at a job knowing that tomorrow they're going to draft a new replacement for an electrician or a plumber? Those guys have to go through shit. And the reason why it's constant, so we don't see how the athletes, after they're no longer being athletes, how they're treated. They might settle for some of their bling bling, but ultimately most of them get beat up. Again, this is where people only look at and men do this all, where they look at women and say, "Oh, it's Cinderella and the prince." It's the same thing with sports. They only want to see what Michael Jordan is. Oh, look, he's always famous and this and that. I can only imagine the shit he has to go through. But most people would settle for what he has. This goes back to the elites, and all of a sudden the elites are on TV and they're showing all this. Go ahead, Charles.
They just want the material things.
Well, they want the outcome. They want to use their imagination to assume what it is. Different people are going to use the same imagination to think that the elites are corrupt. How many people would truly say, "Oh, they got a fucking $1 billion boat"? Yeah, your dad actually helped build the boat. So is he at fault too now? That opens to the question: is there anybody at fault, or is that just the way the system works? Would I have done
Well,
electrical work for them? Maybe.
well, again, I'm gonna keep saying context is key, conception is key. You know, if I use two dogs, you know, to tell you a story on how, you know, two dogs, you know, have $50, you know, there was, you know, going into a a a, a place, you know, they was going into a different place. They only have $50, you know, and each one of them take $25. You know, if I'm telling you that story to let you know that, okay, you and your brother about to go do this, or you and your cousin about to go do this, and you all got $100, you all need to take 50. If you don't, if you don't know that, you want to go and ask me, okay, how is two dogs even get to use $50? You know, get to use $25. How did they even know? If you start questioning me on the dog, then I get to know where your mind is at. You know, because you're not you're not even paying attention to the context, you know, of where the story is going.
Hmm.
So,
For me and you, Naga, me and you having this kind of conversation is probably great because I love entertaining ideals, hence concepts. But for a lot of people, or some people, I can say a lot of people, it could be a lot of people, where they want to know, okay, but how does that solve my economic crisis? It's nice you're conceptualizing it, Dom and Nag. You're being ideology, and this is where a person has to know what they're getting into. Some people talk about the elites under the impression that something has to be done. Okay, so are we going to have a whole bunch of gangs forming and all that? Well, then you need to know your enemy. That's where it goes to war strategy. You need to know your enemies. You even need to know the people that are with you. Push come to shove, are you going to be standing with us? Are we fighting to the death? Or do we have to burn down all the bridges? Do we have to burn down all the boats? Why? Because we got to make sure we're going one direction. And what is your reason? Are you doing it for selfish reasons? Or are you doing it for the betterment of the next generation? Most people are only aware because we have all this technology, how other people are living. That's the only reason why they're envious or jealous or in strife. Outside of that, they wouldn't know what's going on in another part of the world unless they had a rich friend, whatever. Oh, I traveled 30 days by boat. I don't care if I was a slave or some wealthy piece of crap across the boat, and this is how they're living in another part of the world. Outside of that,
Well,
I'm with you, Naga, when it comes to concepts. So go ahead, Charles.
I used to get my information back in the days from, I had a lot of friends that were from Jamaica, Haiti,
Hmm.
different Asia and stuff, and that's how I would ask them how it is over there. So you're right, like, but other than that, I never traveled. But the phone gives you more information in the palm of your hand. Like people that don't travel, you could know more. But yeah, that's how I used to get my information. Where I live, there's people from all over.
Hmm. It's like Naga
well,
when you share on Haiti. Go ahead.
the thing is, Dom, you can't hide seeds in the dirt. you better hope it don't rain if
Mhm.
you're gonna do some shit like that, you know, because it's shade going to grow into a tree, or and even if even if your wishes come true, it didn't rain. Whenever you uncover that dirt, the seed gonna be there.
I guess, Naga, I know if you started talking about the homeland, Haiti, you wouldn't be talking conceptual. You'd be talking about what you know. It's like when people, if they really want to study things like how Jamaica got, royally screwed by the World Bank, it's one of those things you got to listen to the source, the people that are there. Outside of that, me talking to a bunch of guys that have never been there, yeah, then we're sharing ideals, concepts. I get the difference where a lot of people, they think it's the same. No, if a person's personally experienced it, lived it, had their forefathers telling it, and then sharing it with somebody else, they might perceive it, the ones that's hearing it, but you're hearing it from somebody that's firsthand. So when you talk about Haiti, I don't interfere because I realize unless I'm going to study it, but even that, you're living it, you've been there. So when people talk about spiritual stuff, unless you've lived it, and there's some people have, some people really know how to do astral traveling. They understand Reiki. They understand how energy works. For me, I'm always going to entertain it as an ideal. For me, if people want to have a grasp on how I perceive things, but again, as long as they know how they perceive things.
Nah, I get that shit. Me personally, like you said, I've been there. I've lived in Haiti. Uh, but I've also, have my concept. I'm able to put my perception, you know, with the concept. Cause believe it or not, the concept, the perception is inside the conception. You know, is inside. You know, right there. So all the different perception, is what create the conception. It's like a pizza. Is the slices. Did the slices, create a pizza, or is a pizza create the slices? You know, the slices is the pizza. The pizza is the slices.
They're both.
Yeah. So I that's how it is with the conception or the perception with me. So they not just hate it with everything though. I speak from experience. If I don't know about something, I'm going to let you know it's my belief. You know what I'm saying? I could theorize, and saying, okay, I believe this, I believe that, but most of the time, I'm talking about from thinking what I'm thinking about it. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm speaking from experience. Shit.
Who would eat these? Who would eat these right now? Go on a spiritual journey.
I would make tea with it, but I wouldn't eat it.
It tastes horrible, but the after effects are awesome.
Yeah, things that taste herb that tastes horrible is good for the blood. When I used to go to Haiti and catch low fever, cold and stuff like that, allergies and shit like that. My grandpa used to give me herbs, bitter herb, nasty
Yeah,
ass herb.
I noticed that Naga in Jamaica and Haiti, they're very well versed in Mother Earth, man. They be picking all these, like there's this Jamaican lady. She had a video on YouTube in her 90s. She used all these different roots and herbs and um to keep your youth and all this stuff. And I was like, man, I gotta learn from them.
Yeah, the
Um,
herbs you can anything, any type of disease you could name. You spend a certain amount of time taking herbs, you know, without keeping without eating the same thing you used to eat and being in the same environment, you could heal. You know, with herbs, with just herbs and changing your diet, uh, uh, accustomed to the environment that you get the herbs from. If you could be in that environment, and take the herb, get accustomed to the to a diet, in particular to the environment, you could get healed from any disease.
I guess, guys, Charles and Mega, I guess like anything else, when do you eat those mushrooms? And because they're brown, is there an association to a certain day? Would be the same idea of when. Again, that's where
Yeah.
the ones that have done the work or they've been guided with from within. Not don't do the mushroom today, do it tomorrow. Wait till the lunars are lined up. So for bigger purpose, I guess, or better purpose.
I didn't know that was mushroom. I thought that was some type of herbs. It looked like herbs to me.
Was that
But
mushrooms or herbs, Charles? Sorry, Nega, if I made the wrong assumption.
I mean, mushroom is a in itself is a different type of herbs. It's like marijuana. It's like a hallucinated type of herb. But I'm thinking, all type of herbs, help, with your health. Some is with your mental health, and some is with your physical health.
I gotta jump off here in like 15 minutes. And yeah, yesterday I didn't have any problem. I was letting you guys finish your conversation because you and Dom are having a phenomenal conversation. I don't want to say debate, but more or less a conversation.
Always a conversation with Naga. I don't see it as a debate. I hope Naga sees it, doesn't see it as a debate, but I enjoy talking with Naga. I hope you enjoy it the same way, Naga.
Yeah, it ain't no debate. A debate, is more, some, orchestrated stuff, what I'm saying, whatever the case may be. Shit, that's how men talk. Man, if you know what you're talking about, you're going to, say it like you mean it. Because you mean what you're saying. You're not trying to be mean or trying to, refute or rebuke anything what somebody else is saying. You're just making your point, and taking consideration to, what they are saying. That's how men talk for real. So it ain't no debate. I mean, me and Don, every time we talk, we always, talk a certain way. We either, build, add to what each other saying, or we just keep on adding to what we were saying.
It's the same crayon. We're just using it differently to color things.
Yeah.
Imagine taking a whole quarter of shrooms, some powerful ones that have blue caps. Those were the first ones I ever did when I was 18, and it didn't bring me to the place I wanted to go, but yeah, it did. I ain't gonna lie. Think about it now. My friend, everything looked like a video game. I remember that. My friend's voice sounded like he was sucking helium, and everything looked crazy. But nowadays, people are doing what's that stuff called in the pen? Who knows what's in that MDMT or whatever it's called, DMT. People are seeing aliens and demons and stuff. Like, I've never seen that type shit. So who knows what chemicals they're putting in there?
I mean, really, it's not the it's not the drugs that make the people think or see the thing they see. It's the mind state that make them seeing it. You know, a lot of images associated with these things. Shit like that. It's shit like aliens and shit. Certain type of creatures. There's a certain type of things that are associated with it. So when people, when you take the drugs, it puts you in that creative state. So you just create all these things in your head, and you start to seeing it
Mm-hmm.
because you're not sleeping. You know what I'm saying? You're still awake.
Well, like a lot of things, there's for the ones that have those ability, there's a certain prep to it. You know, for people that do ayahuasca, there's a certain prep one should learn if you want to get the best effect from it. You know, for some people, they just figure I'll just do it, or I'll do mushrooms. Again, intent probably plays a role. You know, when people do that studying of the luminaries, it gives us the best result if a person's after that. If they're just trying to use it just to experiment, which is great, you know, you can find out whether or not it serves you in this case when you do certain kinds of minor brain altering substances. But a lot of people do it like anything else. It's like, you know, when people do liquor, you know, spiritual drink, some people will start speaking more of their inner truths with other people, and other people, it doesn't affect them that way. They just go into it, just rushes through their blood and it gets sedated.
Yeah, something like that.
I wonder what this hat is. You know, I was looking at it yesterday for a while, and got a little lever on there, and it reminds me of this. Even though this could be the symbol of a penis, I mean, what else would shoot out the top like that? Which is, you know, top. I don't, whatever. But yeah, I guess it could. He's symbolizing this. That's the chakra man. Chakra man. Bow, bow, bow.
I think if anything, it represents the womb.
His weapon is that hat.
I think that's what it represents. Some people say it represents a phallus. I think it represents the womb.
When did Adam and Eve fall from Eden? I don't remember that. Was this a Jewish version, or what's going on?
When they ate the apple.
Yeah, they ate an apple. All right. Thanks for coming up, London man.
Yeah,
King
so,
London. I'm gonna make an album. It's gonna be called The Book of Charles. It's already in the making, actually. I gotta put down a verse today.
that'll be fine.
I was gonna call it "Fuck the One World Government," but I'm gonna try to be a little more positive. So, yeah, I gotta look into this hat. It kind of reminds me of the dunce cap a little bit, but I think a dunce cap was made out of paper. So,
It's
what was
not
a
different
dunce
from the
cap
same hat.
originally for? Because the Triple K, those pieces of crap, they wear a sort of like a dunce cap or wizard or witch's cap, and then the Asian people had this gold cap like this, but it looked more like an antenna that they would put in, you know, it would line up with the swirl you have in the back of your skull, you know, the swirl that it's like a portal into your brain.
It looked like the Santa Claus hat.
That's the Santa fraud hat. Nah, you see it has that symbol. Are those two circles or are they? I don't know. But look on the rings. It has a Saturn symbol on there, or maybe all 7 stars. But there's like those are Saturn's ring. They say Jupiter has rings. I've never seen that.
Are those gold rings, by the way, Charles? Would you know? Are those gold rings?
Are those what?
Gold rings, like the things that are on that hat. Or the brass.
Is that a shape at the bottom? Is that some type of old shape? Oh no, that's a.
Yeah, I gotta jump off, Lonnie. My bad. I got
What
a
is that
bunch
at the
of
bottom?
shit I gotta do. Huh?
What is that at the bottom? The hat of the hat.
Oh, my bad. That's what I want to know. Some sort of lever or something. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Is it some tech? Because a lot of this stuff, I don't have time, but I would dig up. I'm going to look for these other pictures with the tech. Because I'm trying to figure out about the tech.
The bottom plate and the top plate have the same design. The middle 3 plates are different. They're the same. And the reason I ask is
They're going small.
I'm asking
right?
what the element is, because maybe because it's in that hat form, they're probably downloading information. Conduit.
Maybe it's copper, brass.
Could be copper, yeah.
Because brass, they use copper and brass. Because I forgot what brass does, but is it brass? I think it's brass. Is used. It's for a spiritual reason. I can't remember.
Now, is that something somebody wears, Charles? Can I assume somebody wears that hat? It's a wearable hat.
Damn, they gotta have a big ass head. They gotta have a big ass head.
Maybe during a ritual.
Well, that's the whole thing. It could be a ritual. You know, there might be some sort of design that imprint that they have inside of the hat. You know, like, are they trying to download or pull down some sort of energy, or is that just like an antenna hat of some sort?
I think they use these type of hats for an extension, and maybe they were picking up messages from the ether or something, or it could be for health beneficials. Maybe something with the human aura. It's like an extension, you know, to extend it or something. I don't know.
Nah, if anything, it sounds like for some harnessing type of way. Like it just,
or it's just a piece of junk hat.
It's some type of wizard type of hat. They just start snatching your soul right out your body.
Mike check.
What's going on, Looney?
Hey, what's up, guys? I just popped in to say hey. Been listening to you guys while I play.
Respect.
Yep. Oh, it's great, but I heard a lot of interesting things. Hey, much.
Yeah, you came at the end, man. You showed up right in the end. No, you've been here a while. That's right. I showed up to you a long time ago. Why didn't you come up?
Oh, I'm at work, man. I'm just somebody. I can't talk because they'll think I'm fucking crazy, and we think a lot different than most people do. You know what I mean? Not everybody's on board with our frame of mind. And, just even hearing somebody talk, you know, maybe you
people aren't in their frame of mind, period, anymore. Some people.
Right. They're like my brother said. That's my reality. So yeah, they don't. I was just talking about the LED lights earlier. My brother's best friend, that's who's working with me today, and didn't really get too deep into it, but had no idea what the fuck I was even referring to.
Yeah. London Man said, "Cheers, everyone."
What's that?
When people jump off and don't say nothing, I used to be like, "What the fuck?" But now I know to look in the back, because usually people will say peace if they gotta go or.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's what I normally do too. I put it in the chat that way I don't cut somebody off.
People could be in the middle of a conversation.
Right, a lot of people they think when when you do that. Oh, he just dipped out on me. Nah, take it off.
But maybe I'll go live later. I'll jump off in like 10 minutes. I'm gonna jump off at 4:20.
Yeah, I
4 hours before life.
took a fall on my face the other day. Me and Bill was working, and I was standing on a bucket and took a face dive. Yeah, my brother's best friend.
Oh.
And yeah, I took a face dive.
Not Phil, not you, Phil.
No, yeah, I just found out some news on Phil. As a matter of fact, share that with you later.
Yeah, tell me, text it to me. Text it to me later. I don't want to say nothing.
Right. Well, it's not good.
I thought it was just Phil. I bet you it's not. The stuff he was doing would get your boots smoked.
Yeah.
But hey, there's stories of people staying in their ground and they came off on it. But you got to know your shit to fight these corruptors.
Well, here's the thing: you went into their arena.
Yeah.
Talking about their arena, but not being prepared to be in their arena.
He went to a atomic bomb fight with a toothpick.
Well, you're goddamn right he did, and he made a mistake. So if you guys can learn from Phil, learn this. Practice what you preach. Practice what you preach. You got to be ready, though. But yeah, but that was the only place he wasn't ready, and they got him.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. But anyway, I took a face dive the other day, dude.
I told him I was gonna come for him, because he told me what forms and stuff he was doing and stuff, and all this stuff. And I said, bro, they're gonna come for you, and they're gonna lock you up, and they're gonna touch you, man. They're gonna try to break you, so you'll fold. So you better be ready.
Here's the deal. He turned me on to it, and I've been studying it, and I'm not ready either. But I know enough to appropriate persona their ass. They've got no jurisdiction over it.
It's wild, man. If they could just snatch someone up.
Yeah, I mean,
contracts were signed.
Yeah, but I believe he can get out of the contract once he gets into the library.
I wonder how our parents sign these alleged birth certificates that gives them the power to do whatever. But when we get older, we didn't sign those contracts. So how are they legit? Yeah, maybe my mom signed it when I was a minor. I didn't have no hair saying that. And I don't agree with it today. So how does that work?
Hold on, I gotta say hi to hey fools, hello. He was in the chat, so wanted to say hi.
What up, JG? Who else did I miss?
JG, what's up? Mindful Exposure's in there. Hello, sir.
Look, Charles, it's possible because for the same reason why, you could have a business, right? You could have $1 billion business, right? And you put your kids under security, and you would die. The business get back to them, even though they ain't old enough. They gotta wait until they turn 18.
Yeah, he's on the
eating home cooked Haitian food on my channel.
Give me now, Chuck. Your muffled mic.
My mic ain't muffled.
It was for a second. You did it a minute ago too.
Yeah, I know Naga's eating some home cooked Haitian food, man. You ain't give me none. That's messed up.
Yeah, but we're finding out that all the
hello, son.
Go ahead, Naga.
No, you got it.
Yeah, all these court proceedings and stuff, man. They're all sophisticated trust actions. It's all about the bonds and the money that they create. Say for instance, I'll go to jail, and Chuck, you post a bond for me. Well, they'll take that bond and they'll sell it on open market. Yeah.
Oh, so what?
Yeah, it's called a penal bond.
Man.
Yeah, so it's usually 6 times the amount it's worth. So think about the money. Say you put me in jail, or they put me in jail, and you bond me out. My bond's $100,000 cash. Okay.
That's a
Now you
cash
take
bond
that.
I had, bro. It's 30,000 cash. I had 2 of them. That's crazy.
Yeah.
When it's just cash bond, you're fucked most of the time, unless you're rich.
Right. But yeah, every time there's a significant thing that happens in your life, man, they create a bond.
What do you mean sell a bond? I thought the bondsman posted it. It's the bondsman. I thought it's the bondsman's bond. You post a bond with a bondsman, right?
Yeah,
How the hell are you selling it?
It's a little deeper than that. But yeah, there's so many different kinds of bonds.
Don't they double dip with these bonds too? Just like the electric bill. Like if you don't pay your electric bill, not only will the insurance cover it, they'll still come after you to make you pay. So they're getting paid twice. I heard with a lot of this shit. Whatever.
So a lot of these, they've got insurance policies on every one of us. So when we die, when the body dies, someone's collecting.
Me, I'm collecting. I'm a soul collector. The Grim
You're the soul
Reaper.
collector. You're the soul collector. I might have to go get Rick for lunch.
That's what we are, cattle. I would love to see these rich people that call us goyim say that shit to my face. I would knock his rich ass out. If I could get to him, his pussy ass would probably hide behind his guards and they'll shoot me up. 'Cause he's a coward with hundreds of dollar bills. That's fucked up. They treat us like cattle. And a lot of people blindly went to the slaughterhouse in 2020.
What's that?
I said in 2020. That's some good funk. In 2020, people went to not the electric chair, the lethal injection chair.
Yeah.
They went straight to the slaughterhouse. Yeah, they were convicted of idiocracy. So they lined up.
You think you're going live later?
Yeah, maybe.
I'm gonna get off here, man, and I'm gonna go get some lunch. And maybe I'll come back to work. Maybe I won't.
I'm gonna write Phil a letter, man. You better. I know they'll be screening his mail for sure, but they say they screen every letter, but that ain't true. Like, if you only got an important case, they really don't pay too much mind to it. They'll skim through it, but depending on your charges, they'll really look at the mail. So if you're ever writing somebody, be careful what you're fucking talking about in that letter.
Yeah, the most powerful person out there is postmaster. Yep. It's all about the postmaster. But I'm gonna get off here, man, and say goodbye to everybody in the chat. Hopefully Chuck goes live later. I'll come up with something. But yeah, Chuck get a hold of me.
He said this is what Lonnie's sharing about. He put a link.
Yeah.
I gotta check it out.
Yeah, if you're not familiar with it, I recommend highly that you make it your priority to do a deep dive into this, because
I probably have. I just don't know the wording too well.
Because your whole existence is dependent on it. Yeah. Everybody's literally in the dark as you're running through this movie. You're the star in it, so you got to start acting right.
Overview of the world system and bondage. Ow! Bondage. Oh, I've watched this before because it's got a thumbs up.
Hey, so check this out, and it was just brought to my attention from my girlfriend. Now, I'm not familiar with it myself, but she was speaking on this, something of a caste system. CAST, I believe it might be KAST. I'm not sure.
It's a caste. It's gonna be a system that's gonna patch together the broken system. That's why it's called a caste system.
No, this is a slave system.
They all are. What system isn't a slave system? It's a cis.
Yeah, it's
called a system. Fucking cis of garbage.
If anybody's familiar with the caste, or something.
It's a system of garbage. Let me rephrase that. Only because of who's running it.
Right. Well, man, I'll talk back to you guys later. Have a good day, man, and go live. We'll partake of it, but I gotta go.
Ciao, Lonnie.
All right, man. Much love, everybody.
And I just want to say, are the people that are corrupted bad? No, they probably made bad mistakes in their life. You know, people should be forgiven. You know, if they own up to their fuck ups and deal with you know, whatever they got to deal with. But yeah, just like if I make mistakes, I'm gonna be punished for my fuck ups, right? Well, they should be punished for their corruption. But anyway,
before you leave, Charles, I guess it depends how you perceive it. If they're not looking at it as right or wrong, and they're just looking at it as business, then they're not going to see the human aspect of it. And if they do, they'll just pay somebody to deal with all that details.
Just like the mafia works.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Probably all industries work the same way, whether it's the musical industry, the sport industry. You know, that's why some people will say there's a lot of dirty secrets, meaning that there's a lot of things that are there. Is just a lot of people don't want to probe. They got a sense that, okay, there is some corruption, part and partial, because we all do it within ourselves. You know, it is a good video. If you ever decide, even if you want to play one of them, Charles, so people can watch the other one, it'll talk about your you know, what you're indebted to, your vessel, your suit.
I'm gonna watch them all. I'm gonna watch them all for sure.
Yeah, they bring all the lingual. They talk about commercial and birth certificate, but they're also talking about whoever we truly are indebted. The vessel is just something that has to pay the price. You know, like since I'm attached to the vessel, it's kind of like the elephant mother and the elephant baby. What do you tie down? Do you tie down the baby or do you tie down the mother? You tie down the mother, the baby leaves, it'll take off. So it's the same thing with our vessel. If you are attached to the vessel, you're tied down to that. And whatever you get punished, your vessel gets punished for it. So it's a suit within a suit. So when you go to jail, it's actually your suit that has to go to jail. Whoever you truly are, it's a game that you're playing.
Gemstone University. Yeah, I know. I watched this video because there's a thumbs up when I went to check it out. So that means I've seen this one. But I didn't watch them all. I know that. Let me see if I could figure out why it's censoring people. fuck? Let me look at the settings. Community moderation.
When we're talking about anchors, either way, whether people like it or not, your body is anchored here on Earth. The material, makeup of your body is earthly material. That's why your body had to create in the womb. No, the consciousness, the spirit and the soul is beyond that.
True. Yep.
When
That's why
the physical.
the body gets birth and then we jump in it, kind of ideal. That's why people use horoscopes or whatever. They're not talking about the 9 months in the womb. They're talking about when we consciously jump into the vessel. So yes, true. And yes, the vessel is anchored here. Gravity, anchor, it's going to stay here. Whatever word they want to use to describe the body stays here, the vessel. And that's the thing that's actually aging. It's the vessel that's aging. Who we are, we're not aging, but it's when somebody says, well, I'm 50 years old or I'm 60 years old. I said, you actually think you're the vessel. So you're going to classify it by based on how many times the sun has moved around the earth. That's the game that we play with ourselves.
Yeah, I do too. Because I like to think the body is not me, but it's a version of me.
True.
Just like I don't think that the spirit is me, but it's a version of me. The soul is not me, but it's a version of me. So it's the construct of all of these versions of me that makes me me. You see? So I'm looking at me, as even you is me. As what God would be. What the description of God would be. All things. I'm basically describing, me as all version of me. When I talk about me, I'm talking about all the versions of me. But like I said, I consider, the body to be a version of me. But not, me in totality.
Well, it's like water. Water is all one, but then the illusion is you put it in lakes, waters, you put it in a bottle, you put it in a glass. So once we put the all of us were one, but then we put each other in individual forms. That's the illusion, and that's part of to have discernment. Oh, so when I'm in this vessel, I'm separate from others. That's the illusion, but really consciousness is all. That's why we all can pick up languages, even though I don't own it, and I have to be conditioned to learn, say, English opposed to Latin or Spanish or any other language. Body language is another one too, where we can read patterns in how a person holds their legs, their arms. So yeah, the ability when you're saying, you're me and I'm you.
All right, I gotta jump off here.
Ciao, Charles. Ciao, Naga.
Thank you, Dom. Thank you, Naga. Thank you, London Man. And who else had come up? I think that's it. And Lonnie. Damn. Peace to everyone in the chat. You're all much appreciated. Have a great day. And I'm out like trout. Peace to everyone.